Hello, test, test, okay. And for example, if you have a my category, when there are subcategories and files that are not my images, then you start to have more issues. And if you have really big categories, like with thousands of entries, it starts to growing you have the pain. So first tool that you can solve all your pains is the depictor, which is one of my favorite tools. And basically on the left, you have image that is taken from Wikidata entry. So it's provided by parameters and so on. And on the right, every file from category that is provided on on Wikidata, you show it only from category, not from subcategories. So as you can see, you see this, press yes, no, skip, and just go. And there is many modes that you can use. When you enter the page, basically one of the basic modes is like, okay, show me all people born in some specific year. And there are also challenges. So if you want to mark photos about cheese, that's your hobby. Female politician about the world, that's your hobby. Models or cars, there is like more than 50 different challenges. What Depictor provides is also, okay, you can provide the beef here, you can provide category with many subcategories, or you can provide the Spark query. So I have my personal page when I put basically queries for bridges and people and sport and everything else. And I will provide you the information. So that's challenge for you. It should be not possible that I am better than the whole world in marking these images. So as you can see, I have more than half, like 51%, but still more than the whole world. So I am invite you to defeat me. As a group, not as a like one person. And how you can do this? If you go on Commons on my user page, on the top of the page, you will have two links, in progress and done. Done are the categories that are done. Basically, I check the picture, go from the start to the end, and it's marked. Of course, for example, right now there is Olympic in the Paris. So new entries are visible. So every 1 week or 1 month, I am going there and recheck them, but that's done. On the right, there are in progress. And basically, you can add something if you want, but that's the Wikidata query about people, about sport. Like, if you will not find anything there, you can write to me. Probably it will be quite easy to provide this information. So main user page, user PMG on Commons. But what if you don't have so much time? Because in situation that there are only 3 images in category, life is easy. If you have more, it's still able to do. But what if you have 20 or 30 images, basically the same person? Or their hexer go to sport event and there is like 15,000 of images from the same event, and there is like many people, for example, of one jumper. Then you can use ACDC. Basically, you are going to the tool menu. Oh, there is a pop-up, and you can provide information. Okay, I want to put information that this Emily is on all of these images. You provide the information. On the top, you load all of the files, and when it's prepared like this, you press publish, and it's like one file per second, something around this. With such speed, you can mark all of these images. You can turn it on by gadgets list on Commons, and you can modify it using Common.js. So, for example, you can add new, like the top row is the picts, and then you have significant event, location of creation. You can add more. So it's not only about the picts, but there can be also other stuff. And if you are really brave, you can also use it to remove some stuff. So for example, if you make a mistake, never make a mistake on category that have like 500 files and then you just put incorrect data. I did it once, that's how I know how to remove it, but doing it by hand, it's not fast. So that's why I'm providing you this information. Okay, what if your problem is that you are like 8 level deeps? Because we know that Germans love their categorization. And if there is a dog and dog is in the park, so the park is in Berlin and something. We know that that's how they roll. Or biathlon. You want to mark the biathlon rifle. So when they are using the skis to travel and then they are shooting. But as you can see, it can go very deep. Then there is a wiki crowd, and basically you just want to mark some images, look at some funny stuff or something like this. Like you like trains and you just want to put a little more information on it. Or you like dogs. Dogs, yes. Cats, I finished. so that's the issue. But there are new. Like I finished it like half a year ago. Like literally, I saw every image with cat on Commons. Yeah, and if you want to know how many bridges is on Commons, 13,000. So, in a very simple way, on the left, there is no biathlon rifle. On the right, there is biathlon rifle. On the left, there is no dog. On the right, there is a dog. As you can see, this is very simple. And you can even decide, is it Barack Obama or not? Basically, in many times in politics, there are political events and there are such people. And there is one image that I love, because there is even a moral issue here, because is it ice cream or not? Because ice is on the floor, but the cone is in her hand. So it's, I don't remember what I marked here, but that was the most interesting photo that I found. Especially the mother face was perfect in here. Okay, and if you want to add a new task, just as you can see, if you can understand a little of it, that's basically the whole configuration. You can provide it for AdShore as a pull request, but if you can more or less understand this, that's the whole issue with adding new stuff. What if you have, like, I showed you the situation that there is a category with many new stuff, and you need to go every time to Wikidata, create an entry, like provide the link to commons and so on and so on. So there is SDC tool, which basically provide you something like this. So there is a sport matches of one specific team. And there are like many photos, but I don't want to create manually every entry for such situation. So you can go to such category. On the right, you have this beautiful SDC button. Then there is a pop-up. So for example, in this situation, we can use significant event. There is also other property, but let's just use significant event. Okay, so you press significant event on the right, as you can see, and there is a pop-up. You want to create new stuff, or it's checking because maybe there is already such entry on Wikidata. So there is no such thing. You create new item based on this category. You can press add Wikidata info box to the page, which basically saves you a lot of, reloading. You can do this, but imagine, like, you need to go to the edit mode, paste the information about templates, then save. Here you have straight from the top of the category. So it's really beautiful. And then you mark with all and basically set property to this. And it's showing how to turn this on. The top line on the Commons.js, you have this information. On Commons CSS, you are adding two properties just to show it better way. Information about it is on the help page, on discussion page of the script. Okay, what if you have issue about, because you have entry on Wikidata, but you want to provide image. So for example, the picture will not work if there is no image in the Wikidata. So you want to... Okay, yeah. So you want to add image. So you can use Wikidata free image search tool, which basically is very simple in a way that this is Polish Wikipedia, okręty it's warships. Or anything, like you can put, this is the standard, let's just say PetScan. So you provide, I want to every article from the warships on Polish Wikipedia and just run. And it starts showing you, I have these entries on Wikidata that are collected to this category. And maybe you can use these files or something like this. So the top level is the person. This is not the image of this person. The third level is, the third row is, there are images of submarine, but this is not this specific submarine. But when it comes to the second row, yes, this is the image of the warship that was there. So basically, you move cursor on it, you have the field add image, you press it, and basically the information about image is just immediately added on Wikidata. How to find some stuff? Of course, you can use PetScan. This is the default mode to checking it. So looking for a commons, categories, and then like most of the stuff should have a Wikidata template. So that's one of the things. So in such a way, you can find stuff that doesn't have the template or stuff that doesn't have this image on Wikidata. That's also possible just from the PetScan. So using this combination that it have the template, but it doesn't have image, you are able to gather this, this information. Others, why are we doing this? Because basically we are training, we are giving training data to AI. That's how, that's one of the example how people will use it. because we are free repository of images that are marked. But we shouldn't use like AI to detect what's on the image, because basically it's training AI using data generated from AI. So this is not a issue. Okay, WikiCrowd. As you can see, if you have image with fireworks, basically you have 95% of chance that, yeah, it's image of firework. If you have, for example, Barack Obama, you have only 28% of, be sure that, that's the data, that 28% of images in category Barack Obama have image of Barack Obama. This is the image that have the highest number of depicts. Austrian. Okay, I'm finishing. Okay, I don't have time to show it. So this is the last slide. Go to user PMG, use the power of the picture and make life beautiful. Fight with me. Okay, any questions?
Thank you. It's actually a good news, because if you shown ACDC, but nobody knows that if you also use Catalot, you can click on Catalot to activate Catalot and select some pictures and run ACDC only on the selected pictures. So that's
okay. No other questions? So I still don't know where is my backpack. I hope that it will be here. So thank you very much.
As soon as the slides are up, we'll start. It's not up. Are slides up? Yep, great. Okay, so kia ora koutou katoa. I'm Siobhan Leachman. I'm a Wikimedian from New Zealand. I've been a wiki editor for 10 years.
Kia ora tātou, my name is Heidi Might. I'm a botany curator at Te Papa, the National Museum of New Zealand, and I've been editing Wikimedia for about 2.5 years.
So as well as our co-author Sabine von Mering, who happens to be in the room, and as well as Joaquim Santos, who's unable to be with us today, we are the organisers of the WikiProject International Botanical Congress 2024. Woohoo! So this presentation, we're going to actually explain the origins of this project. We're going to give more details about the International Botanical Congress, which is known as IBC. We'll explain why this Congress is so important. We'll outline our project aims and then give a summary of our outcomes. We'll also explain the challenges we faced during this project and the solutions we came up with to overcome these challenges.
Okay, so I was the first person to propose that we do a Wikidata workshop at the International Botanical Congress. My institution, Te Papa, was already sending me to this conference as a scientist to present. And as a Wikimedian, I immediately recognized the potential for this Congress for outreach. So I reached out to Siobhan, as we are both members of Wikimedia Aotearoa New Zealand. And we had previously collaborated on several other wiki projects, so we were very familiar with each other's contributions as collaborators, and importantly with each other's work ethic. So Siobhan and Sabina had also been collaborating on several Wikidata related projects. So when I contacted Siobhan, she immediately contacted Sabina and invited her to be part of our first meeting about this. And at that meeting, we decided we really wanted the project to support both English and Spanish speakers, botanists, and engage with Wikidata. So this IBC was being held in Madrid, Spain. So we saw this as an ideal opportunity to grow the Spanish-speaking Wikidata community. We also wanted to encourage attendees who were coming from Spanish-speaking South American countries. South America is, of course, a biodiversity hotspot, and we really wanted to train botanists from South America to contribute their knowledge to the Wikiverse. So we wanted our workshop participants at this conference to work on botanical collectors from both the Iberian Peninsula and from Latin America. So we also invited Joaquim Santos to join our team because Joaquim is a collection manager at the herbarium at the University of Coimbra in Portugal. And this herbarium has an extensive database and data set of collectors from both of these areas. And Joaquim had also previously collaborated with both Sabina and Siobhan to do other projects, so we had these relationships established during multiple prior collaborations to result in this new collaboration. Okay, so what's the International Botanical Congress? It's basically a meeting of thousands and thousands of botanists from around the world, and we get together every 6 years. And the Congress has 2 parts. It's 2 weeks long. The first week is called the nomenclature session. And because the botany world has laws and rules that determine how we can name plants. And this is called the International Code of Nomenclature for Plants, Fungi, and Algae. And so the nomenclature session is the first week when botanists discuss and ratify changes to this constitution, these rules. The second half of the Congress is a week long, and it's a botany-focused Congress, much like Wikimania. And this includes workshops, talks, posters, and field trips.
So the main aim of our Wiki project was to offer an in-person Wikidata workshop to botanists attending IBC. But we also aim to advocate the use of Wikidata at both the Congress formally through presentations and posters, as well as informally by undertaking outreach amongst Congress participants. Finally, because it is such a massive gathering of botanists from all over the world, we saw this as an opportunity to increase the quality of botanist items in Wikidata. So we aimed to Wikify the conference.
Okay, so how did we put all this together? Well, we organized our project by holding regular Zoom meetings in the lead up to the Congress, and we worked together on Google Docs and Google Sheets. Now, both of these tools allowed us to collaborate across these different time zones from the Northern Hemisphere to the Southern Hemisphere. We also used Google Docs, Google Sheets, email, and a WhatsApp group to keep us all up to date on progress and discuss issues raised outside the Zoom meetings. So a few weeks prior to the Congress, we thought it would be a good idea to hold an online onboarding for this Wikidata workshop. So we actually opened this session up to anyone interested and advertised it via social media and on email. And we also placed information on our own WikiProject page. So we set up this online onboarding to be a Zoom meeting, and we required attendees to register. This meant we had participant emails, so we could email them more information, and we could also avoid spam, anyone trying to spam our meeting. Prior to the online workshop, we sent out a reminder and links to information, as well as like how to sign up for Wikidata, how to get an account, resources on how to edit. So this onboarding event was really successful. We had 65 people register from 17 different countries. On the day, we had 40 people participate from 11 countries. And so because we wanted this, we aimed this presentation at an international audience, we recognized that time zones would play a kind of an important part in making sure people could get there. So to overcome this, we recorded the presentation, we added it to YouTube, you can now find it there, and we enabled this recording and the slides to be sent to all of those who registered, even if they didn't attend the online onboarding. And then to aid in sharing, we also added the recording and the workshop slides to Zenodo, and this gave a DOI, and it's under a Creative Commons Attributions license. And so you can see these if you go to the bit.ly link, or just scan this QR code, you'll be able to go directly to that document. And then finally, we uploaded the video and the slides to Wikimedia Commons, so getting it out to any platform we could. Then we asked online participants to fill out a survey, so we had the opportunity to improve our online onboarding session for the upcoming in-person workshop based on their feedback. And we received 14 completed surveys, and several participants reached out to us, giving us very positive feedback about the virtual onboarding session.
So the in-person workshop was held on the Sunday during the weekend between the Nomenclature Week and the Conference Week. And it was a really successful event with 22 participants editing in multiple languages. They were from multiple countries, including participants from the Global South and also the African continent. We trained them on creating Wikidata items for people, publications, and taxa. We also explained how to query Wikidata and gave biodiversity examples for the reuse of Wikidata QIDs, as well as the data contained in Wikidata. Now, one of the major benefits of organising this workshop were the resources discovered and created for it. The Vanderbilt University website learnwikidata.net was perfect for our needs. This website provides short introductory videos teaching information professionals about Wikidata, and these videos are available in multiple languages, including English and Spanish, making it perfect for our project. We also reused Wikidata training resources created during yet another collaboration I'd been involved in, the Hidden Figures project, which I've just presented on earlier today at Wikimania. These training resources were translated into Spanish by Heidi and her husband Mauricio, sorry, I always stumble. Wikidata editors from Wikimedia Spain also checked the translation. So Joaquin prepared a spreadsheet giving a list of about 550 botanical collectors from his herbarium, and Heidi and I created a spreadsheet of over 1,600 participants of the Botanical Congress. These participants were the ones actually presenting at the conference or were engaged in some of the committees. So both these efforts meant we could provide workshop participants with plenty of people that could be worked on during the workshop. So we were really keen to ensure the resources we were producing could be reused by the wider biodiversity and also wiki communities. So we added both the English and the Spanish versions of the Wikidata training resources to Zenodo. Now, Zenodo is a research repository that provides each of these documents with a DOI, or digital object identifier, and DOIs make it easier to find and also to share these resources on other platforms, including Wikidata. We also added the documents to WikiCommons and then ensured that the WikiCommons file was added to the appropriate Wikidata items for those training resources. We shared links to these resources on social media, on the Glam Wiki newsletter, on the Wikidata newsletter, at Wiki meetups, at meetings with Wikimedia Spain, as well as on the Telegram groups with Wikidata, WikiProject Biodiversity, and other Wikidata groups.
So I guess one major kind of disappointment for us at the start was that our abstract to present on how the wiki universe can benefit the botanical community was actually initially rejected by the Congress organizing committee. So this indicated to us that the organizing committee was kind of unaware of the growing use of Wikidata by the international botanical community. However, we were invited to give a poster instead. Now, this turned out to be a blessing in disguise, but we'll talk more about that later. The abstract on the Women Genera project, about which Siobhan and Sabina will be presenting at Wikimania on Saturday, was selected as an oral presentation at the IBC. So Wikidata did still have a presence during oral presentations as well as a poster presentation.
So this is the poster we created, and we decided to submit a physical poster instead of an electronic poster, as we wanted to have a designated area at the conference where we could undertake our outreach. We wanted to maximize the impact of this poster, so we licensed it under a Creative Commons attribution license. We also uploaded it into Zenodo, creating a DOI, and this helped us link the poster to on other platforms, and also ensured we could share the poster on those multiple platforms. Along with the DOI, we created a QR code for the poster, and this created basically a pseudo electronic version of it, providing yet another way to access it. Finally, we uploaded the poster into WikiCommons and then actively started sharing it on social media prior to the conference. We used it as advertising to increase attendance for both our online and our in-person Wikidata workshops.
So we also made sure to upload other visualizations and slides created for our workshops into WikiCommons. And we just really wanted to make sure the wiki community could now take advantage of all these resources that we've added to all these different platforms.
Our last aim was to Wikify the conference. Now, we aim to document this important congress and use Wikidata to increase the profile for the organisers, the scientific advisors, and the people who were presenting at the conference. Our efforts actually gained coverage in a German blog, which outlined how we went about to openly document the IBC. Now, our wikifying work was first to ensure that a botanist actually had a Wikidata item. If there were duplicate items, we merged those, and then we went about enriching that item. We prioritised adding their occupation, their education, and or their employer. We then researched their identifiers. We were particularly keen to add their ORCID, which is a researcher identifier, their VIAF, and other library identifiers, including the Biodiversity Heritage Library Creator identifier. And then we added botany-specific identifiers. Finally, we put the person through the author disambiguator tool to connect their Wikidata item to their scholarly output. And we added a link to their scholarly profile to the spreadsheet we were working on. We did this basically to make it easier for us to access this information quickly should we need it when we actually met these people at the conference. And you can see from the slide, this is an indicator of the impact of our work. This is a visualization of a Scholia co-author graph for a botanist presenting at IBC. As you can see, our wikifying work has linked this botanist to multiple other co-collaborators.
So as we mentioned, we also just undertook kind of informal outreach while we were at the conference. And keep in mind, this conference happened literally 2 weeks ago in Spain. So this is like a pretty fresh thing that we were doing. We talked to people during breaks, lunches, teas, dinners. Basically, we were all about wiki, wiki, wiki. So having a physical poster really assisted us as it kind of served as a gathering point so we could kind of huddle at our Wikidata poster with conference participants and talk to them about it. And then bookmarks were actually also created for the event, thanks to funding from the Wikimedia Aotearoa New Zealand. And we also created a second set of bookmarks that many of you may have in your hands right now. And these massively aided our outreach efforts. So we handed these out to participants during the workshop, during the Congress. We also put them in a little envelope right next to our poster, so people who might have been coming along when we weren't there could just grab them and take it away with them to find out not just about the poster, but about the whole Wiki IBC 2024 project. Finally, we wanted to keep the Wiki community up to date on our efforts, so we created a Wiki project page. you can go to. It's on the bookmark. We also reached out to and set up several meetings with Wikimedia Spain, since this Congress was happening in Spain, letting them know of our efforts and explaining why we were doing this outreach. And Sabina also had meetings with Wikimedia Deutschland. We created posts on the WikiProject in the Glam Wiki newsletter. We reported on our progress at the Aotearoa New Zealand and Wellington meetups. And finally, we submitted an abstract to Wikimania to help update the wider community, which is what we are doing right now.
So as I've explained, our abstract for our presentation was rejected. And so we had to pivot to creating a poster. We needed to prioritise sharing this poster as we wanted to ensure its impact was actually greater than a presentation at the Congress. Another major challenge was that the conference organisers seemed overwhelmed. There were severe delays in having all our workshops added to the conference website, in obtaining conference workshop registration page, and also obtaining information on the location of where the workshop would actually be held. There was little advertising of workshops provided by conference organisers, and all of this turned out to be a major issue for us because it really hindered us recruiting participants coming to our workshop. We attempted to sidestep the impact of these organisational delays by placing information about our workshop in our WikiProject page, letting Congress attendees know via social media and email that a workshop was actually being organised by us, and we actively reached out to multiple botany organisations to inform them of the workshop. Finally, at the start of this project, we had real difficulty obtaining funding. And this almost derailed our project right before it got even off the ground. First, we attempted to ask Wikidata and Wikimedia Deutschland to fund this initiative. Unfortunately, we were told that Wikimedia Deutschland did not fund initiatives outside Germany. This is despite Wikidata being an international project. We then tried to apply for a rapid grant, but it were immediately rejected. We were told rapid grants do not fund initiatives relating to conferences. Heidi and I didn't feel able to apply to funding to Wikimedia Aotearoa New Zealand because we would need to show benefit to New Zealand specifically. And this would be quite difficult for this project because it's actually an international project. This was extremely frustrating because our project seemed to be slipping through the funding cracks. So I reached out to Yael Weisberg, the Vice President of the Community Growth and Movement Building at the Wikimedia Foundation. I basically reached out just to draw her attention to what I regarded as a community-wide funding issue for those Wikimedians undertaking outreach work with international communities. However, she went about facilitating us making an application directly to the Wikimedia Foundation, and we were lucky enough to receive a grant that empowered us to undertake this project.
So despite not getting project funding from country chapters, they still definitely provided us with support. So Wikimedia Spain in particular was extremely supportive of our efforts. They provided us with Tomas, who's a Spanish Wikimedian experienced in Wikidata, and he actually assisted on the day of the workshop. He came to Madrid to help us. As I mentioned before, Wikimedia Aotearoa New Zealand provided us funding for the bookmarks, promoting our project. And then Wikidata swag was also provided by Wikimedia Deutschland, and Sabina brought that along, which again assisted us with our outreach efforts.
So we've talked a lot about some of the challenges we faced during this project, and I want to emphasise that when undertaking projects like this, you need to remain agile in the face of adversity. If your abstract gets rejected, do a poster. If a conference organisation is not optimal, find workarounds. We held virtual onboarding event, emailed information to botanical organisations, advertised on social media, asked multiple botanists to share their posts on their social media, as well as with their own organisations and colleagues. We made sure to update and link our WikiProject page, providing an alternative platform to the official conference website. There are always workarounds for challenges.
We also discovered there are unanticipated advantages when you remain agile in the face of adversity. So our poster was actually extremely successful. It helped that it was situated very close to the conference coffee area. It was also very close to the kiosks for some scientific journals, and it attracted the attention of two of the editors of the Annals of Botany journal. Now, this is an extremely prestigious journal to publish in as a botanist. So as a result of our poster, we were invited to publish an article now in the Annals of Botany about our project and about Wikidata, which is going to reach a lot of botanists. So watch out for this. Yeah, it's awesome. We're so excited. Watch out for this in the next 6 months.
So finally, we want to provide some tips to those who might be interested in replicating this type of project. First, find like-minded collaborators. Our group was extremely lucky in that all 4 of us were enthusiastic. Each of us had a range of skills that added to the project, and we all had a fabulous work ethic. Be clear about your aims. Our collaboration made sure to write our aims down at the beginning of our project, and we really focused on achieving those aims. Be agile in adversity. Our collaboration was going to get our message across to this community come hell or high water. Reach out for support, both from other wiki editors as well as the community you actually want to engage with. We were very grateful to colleagues that shared our social media posts and advertising, who pointed interested parties to our resources and who just supported our efforts. And share resources widely. We shared our content on multiple platforms: Zenodo, Wikicommons, YouTube, multiple social media platforms, including not just our resources, but also our communication strategy, all of which helped raise the awareness for our project. And last but not least, have fun. It's been a privilege to work with this group of amazing editors. To have the opportunity to reach out to the IBC community has been an honour. So thank you to the Wikimedia Foundation, to our home chapters, to Wikimedia Spain, who were just fabulous, and to the employers who supported our attendance at IBC. It was an unforgettable experience, and we feel that the Wikiverse has been made better for it. Any questions? Yes.
Microphone. Microphone.
So first, thank you. It was very interesting. 2 questions. One very short is the conference happened every 6 years, and it's like the core of the botanical community in the world.
Yes, absolutely.
Like
it's massive.
everyone is there.
Yes, everyone's there. It's massive.
I had a question about resources and so on, so you started to answer it. I checked on the website. Sponsoring the full event is €50,000. Why don't we do that next time? Like, why don't we? I mean, if we have
this is
everyone that is structural in the botanical world, even if you just get like 10% of them becoming hardcore Wikimedians, it's amazing. And it happens every 6 years, so it's actually very efficient in the sense that it's very strong.
Yeah.
And so when I see what you've done with duct tapes, basically, and overcoming all of the struggles.
It's true. It's true.
I mean, my question is, why don't we not start now? But like, think, okay, what it means to go so big that we convert 10% of them as Wikimedians.
Yeah. Okay. I've been working with this community now for probably 8-10 years, something like that, and there is this upswell. But it was obvious to us that it was the English-speaking people that are getting who know about Wikidata and the Wiki world. So that's why we pivoted to try and reach out to more Spanish-speaking people, particularly as soon as we got rejected, we went, to us, it was an absolute no-brainer presentation. I couldn't understand, none of us, the botanists in the group, could understand why we got rejected. So I agree with you that more outreach is needed, particularly in other countries and other languages than English. And we've already got ideas once, because this only happened 2 weeks ago. Once we get back to our home country, we are actually going to continue meeting because we've got to write a scholarly paper now. But we will also be considering contacting Wikimedia South America, South Africa, because that's where it's going to be held in 6 years' time. And we'd quite like to talk to them about working how that goes.
Okay, thank you.
Any?
Can I just add to that? I mean, it's a fantastic question. Like, what is the role of Wikimedia in such conferences? Because we struggled so much to find funding, and how can we make this happen at other conferences? There's zoologists, there's archaeologists, there's geologists. I mean, there's huge conferences like this for just about any subject you could think of. And I think if Wikimedia wants to have a presence in these conferences, I think it's a fantastic outreach, and I think our project shows that.
Is there any other questions? Yeah, there's one over there.
Mike, is there a microphone for this question?
Otherwise, stand up and yell. And we'll repeat it.
Just a general comment to your last comment. How can we replicate that? We've been doing this for a number of years in other contexts, not botany, but for instance, I was at the Solanaceae conference in 2011 doing precisely this. And I think these things work out when Wikimedians are involved in the organization. So watch out. Conferences that are happening in your town, at your university, these kind of things, and then talk to the organizers, and then suddenly things might flip into place. And even if you get rejected for a poster session, you might still put up a poster because you're local and you can, you know how things work, right?
I must say, just doing this, there is no way I could have done all this work by myself.
Yeah, sure.
I was very lucky with having my 3 collaborators. You know, you need a team especially when it's this big, and we have yet to finish Wikifying. This is going to be something that's going to be going on when I sit in front of the TV for the next year or so, continuing to work on these items. So, yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Are you telling me when we're good to go? Or do I need to decide it myself? All right. Welcome, everyone. Come in, come in. My name is Birgit. I'm the Director of Product for MediaWiki and Developer Experiences at the Wikimedia Foundation. The next 25 minutes, we're going to talk about MediaWiki, more precisely the future of MediaWiki. Some of you may have heard of the work that is underway to develop a plan for a sustainable future of a platform already. So, okay. Can you take this microphone? Okay. Can you turn on this mic? Is it on? All right, cool. Sorry for disappearing from the screen for a moment. I tried to read my speaker notes. I need glasses, actually. So yeah, we're going to talk about MediaWiki, MediaWiki strategy, MediaWiki future in the next 20 minutes. This is going to be an overview, so we're not going to go too deep into the field. But if you have any questions afterwards, I'm around for the next days. Please come find me. Okay, first of all, a few data points around MediaWiki. So MediaWiki is obviously the heart piece of the site. MediaWiki has originally been developed for Wikipedia, then got used by powered all Wikimedia projects. It's also used outside of Wikimedia, so has a very vast variety of use cases that it supports. I think that is an important data point here, and the other important data point here is that we're talking about more than 20 years, so that means that it's a very powerful software. It has brought us here, but also means that it's an old software and that has some challenges. These challenges are the reason why I'm standing here and giving the talk, because these are some of the things we're going to change. Another important data point is that it runs in our own data centers. So we have 2 data centers, 3 caching centers to kind of empower content delivery across the world. And again, here it's the heart piece of everything. So the load, the demand, the product requirements for the software are incredible because, as you may know, we're talking about billions of page views and millions of edits. We're talking about supporting a very large collaborative user base, and we're talking about supporting technical contributors who either contribute to the software or who build on top of the software. So which altogether makes a huge scale and gives basically some guidance on the product requirements for the software that needs to scale for these use cases. Specifically, I think what is very rare on the web, or maybe is unique on the web, that very high read traffic coincides with very high edit traffic, right? So for example, in the moment where you have an event like an election, a lot of people are going to a page, for example, English Wikipedia and French Wikipedia to learn about the election. At the same time, editors come to a page. They may nitpick each other. They may update it, right? And so kind of the result of that is kind of it's spiraling, and the cache is permanently invalidated, right? So it goes faster and faster and faster. And the more attention is on the event, the more you will see that effect happening. And that again tells a story about requirements for the software. So that's very different to a lot of other platforms, websites that you see on the web. Okay, this is an impressive image that I got from Amir, who is sitting here in the room, about it's a dependency graph of first-level namespaces in MediaWiki. So one of the challenges that we have with MediaWiki, due to its dated state, is that it's a very entangled system. So you touch one thing, you touch everything. You break one thing, you may break everything. It's a very large monolith code base, and that makes it hard to understand the system. So it kind of creates a bottleneck on how many people can actually effectively work on MediaWiki, how easy it is to onboard into MediaWiki, how easy it is to make changes. So that is another thing to think about as we're talking about the sustainable future. So sustainability is kind of also a buzzword, right? It can mean a lot of different things, but I think what we mean here is we're talking about not only the code, but we're talking also about the people. So having enough people with enough knowledge to be able to support the system and to be able to evolve the platform. But on the other hand, also thinking about what are the use cases and the needs the software need to support, and how do we do that effectively? How does it need to be built? What choices do we make in the platform, etc. So that it does bring us in the future and serves the core use cases that Wikipedia has. Because Wikipedia in the end is the highest bar of what we need to achieve. So that software need to achieve that scale of the billions of page views, right? And the high read traffic, high edit traffic at the same time. So we're talking here about content creation, content consumption, content moderation, workflows, and how to support these workflows effectively through a platform. Okay. About a bit more than 1 year ago, we kind of built a task force in the Wikimedia Foundation, said like, okay, we actually really need to invest in MediaWiki because that's the core platform, it powers everything. And need to think about how we do that in a way that we can evolve the software so that we have a good sustainable platform in 5 to 10 years, right? And for that, the first thing that we did is kind of saying, okay, we need product leadership, product management for a platform, which was for the first time, actually. We usually did product management for specific feature end user experiences, but not for the platform itself, which is a different story. And also, we set up a new dedicated engineering group. One of the key goals for the first year was also to create a high-level product strategy to kind of have a direction on where to go to. And then thinking about making progress, how can we make progress on some key initiatives? Like, for example, currently we have 2 parsers in the ecosystem to render wiki text. We want to end up with only 1 parser, and it should be the more powerful. So the project that powers that is called Parser Unification. So that's a key sustainability initiative. And also thinking about how can we enable more people to contribute effectively to MediaWiki? How can we grow the number of people who contribute to the software? And the last point, resolving some long-standing questions that we all had, both in staff and in the community, on questions like, what about the release? What about stewardship for specific parts of the code, or generally as a concept, right? So we went on solving some of these questions as well. When I say strategy, I think like the way I would think about strategy is not like you develop something and that is kind of static and then you start delivering on it. It's more like an iterative action plan, right? Where you kind of do research, you develop a direction, you talk again to people, you identify opportunities that may be worth looking into and implementing, and see where you get them when you go to the next step. So it's kind of an iterative action plan. So, and not like something where you would say like we're sitting in the chamber for 2 years and when we go out and when we implement. So it's more like a back and forth. So think of that, keep that in mind for the next slides. And in a way, so one thing when we started the whole process and work, the first thing that we did is talking to a lot of people, because this is how you understand what people experience as challenges, as opportunities in the space. And the key focus in the beginning was on people who actually contribute to MediaWiki core, and people who make product decisions or for features for Wikimedia projects, etc. So to learn a bit about the experience of that developers and users and decision makers have in the space. And so one key strength that people named in these interviews is that we made really stable technology choices in the past, and that is something we should keep. And one example that people named is like, hey, we're using PHP, and some of the developers may know that, hey, it may be not the programming language every new developer on the web and currently is learning, but it's still a very stable community. A lot of websites are built with PHP, so it's a stable choice, right? We made that choice, and it kind of helped us on the way forward. A current example for that is that we're using, that we're currently migrating MediaWiki from bare metal to Kubernetes, which is basically a way to streamline how you and automate deployment and development processes, right? And that is another technology choice where we felt like, okay, this had been around in the web. It's kind of state of art. And let's put our coins, our bet on that. And that's the next technology choice that we're basically making, right? And so I think that thinking and that analysis, that if you run a project like the Wikimedia projects, like Wikipedia, you need to make decisions differently, right? It can't be that you make a decision on something that, oh, that's fancy today, it may be outdated tomorrow, because the change processes are really expensive and they take a long while, and we make the changes while users are in the system and are actively contributing to it, right? So change, there's obviously a much longer list of change, but we talked earlier about the entangled system and that everything is connected. So this is something we want to look into, how we can change that a bit in terms of like introducing more modularity in the code so that you can touch one thing while not breaking the other thing. Some people would call that a modular monolith. So we still keep kind of the house and the shape, but it's kind of more having more abstraction layers in between so that you can touch one thing without breaking the other thing. A few of our principal engineers led by Moria, they did a really interesting analysis, and the question here was like, how are core wiki workflows currently supported, like edit, patrol through the MediaWiki ecosystem, and how much of that is actually in the core software, and how much of that is an extension, how much of that is in the user script, etc., to get a bit of a sense of the environment. And then what they did is they took really specific use cases, and one thing that they discovered is that they had to get really granular in the use case to be able, because the software behavior was different depending on whether someone edits a template or edits something else, whether it's a typo in the template or not, right? So, and really the use case here is like very, very, very granular. And at that level, being able to see, okay, how is it done in Wikipedia and how is it different in Wikidata? And that gives a kind of almost like a method how you can explore software architecture in terms of like how it's connected to the need, because this is why we have a software, right? Like how is the software supporting the workflows? That's the key question where there's always need to lead any decision in the space. So another thing to change, and that is actually a brilliant, wonderful story, and I'm so proud of everyone who made it happen. One key challenge that we had is that we have people who are really experts in MediaWiki. Some of them are sitting in this room actually, but we're not enough people. So, and that means that there's a bottleneck, a single point of failure situation when you have a very specific hard problem deep somewhere in the code base and you only have one or two people who understand the problem. So we were thinking a lot about how can we change that, how can we enable more people to contribute and to know MediaWiki, and created an annual goal around that. And created onboarding material, started to invest in code review and better triage processes in helping people in different initiatives to drive that. And so what happened is we said originally we want to see a 20% growth in people who contributed more than 5 patches to MediaWiki core. That seemed to be a weird metric, but it was a way for us that we wouldn't game the metric, right? Because it's very easy to have someone contribute a first patch. But if you get up to 5 and more, that means you get into the habit of contributing. You come back. Your experience is good enough so that you come back. And this is what we want to achieve, that people come back and that they continue contributing. So in this case, in MediaWiki core, as I said earlier, is a very large monolith code base. It's huge, many, many lines of code. So that was definitely the hardest to achieve. We said we want to achieve 20. We achieved actually 25%, an increase in that number. And with that, all the other data points got better as well. So a higher number of patches than in the previous year, a higher total number of offers. Better time to first review data. So all the data that can improve in developer productivity around the code base actually improved. And I found that really interesting also that initially we focused actually more on staff because we were like, okay, there's this bottleneck situation. It was the volunteer number that grew more. So I found that an interesting data point. And I have some theories how that happens, but I think in the end, it's a lot about the reputation of something, right? In the moment where we say it's really important, this piece of software powers everything, and we need contributors to it, right? I think this feels like an invitation to contribution. I think it's very important to do that. And so my theory is that this is what is part of driving contributions. And then, of course, then you have people who support it, who provide code review, who provide consultancy, etc. But I found this is an amazing result. It's the first time in years since we actually have grown the number here. So we're trying to keep that success on the way forward. The other extension that you're seeing here is Central Auth. Many people of you, probably everyone who ever logged in will know Central Auth. It's a very, very critical extension in our ecosystem, but regardless of being an extension, I would say it's core functionality, right? And so one decision we made this year is kind of taking on stewardship for Central Auth and also trying to drive contribution numbers to that. And you see the same effect in Central Auth and for MediaWiki Core. So on the way forward, we're trying to keep that success and kind of sustain and not fall behind, but it's its own magic. So I'm incredibly thankful for everyone, all the staff and volunteers who helped making this work last year. It's an incredible success, so a good start in the work, I think. All right, moving on. So here, if you're interested, volunteers, a bit more than 20% of contributions to MediaWiki Core. Foundation, 74%, WMDE, a bit less than 5% over last year. Other organizations, altogether less than 1%. So these are the main groups who contributed to Core. Okay, we talked about change. So I think like in what came through in the interviews the most is and other conversations and research that it was like, okay, there's a lack of direction, right? So where is MediaWiki heading to? Who makes this decision? What are the use cases that are supported? What is not supported? What about this question? What about that question? So we realized early that really the most important is starting to kind of be a bit more opinionated about direction and providing guidance there. Because in the end, that is really, really drowning. It takes, if you don't know, is it A or B, or you get 7 different answers if you ask 7 different people, it takes so much of your time, right? It's really, really frustrating, and you can't really focus on the stuff that you really want to focus on. So we kind of, the whole theme of that is like moving from project to product, thinking more about what are the product requirements of MediaWiki instead of like support everything. What are the things to optimize for, right? And earlier I showed the requirements for Wikipedia. And this is really something that needs to be reflected in a mission for the platform so that it serves these use cases well. And it doesn't mean it cannot be used for anything else, but this is what needs to determine the requirements. And so in the end, the design goal can be is tailored around the core wiki workflows that we're seeing on Wikipedia, right? Like moderation of content, creation of content, discovery of content, consumption of content, protecting the privacy of the users. That is something really key and for us, because also it changes a lot how we do the work, right? It makes a lot of things a lot more complex and harder. And therefore, it needs to be it needs to be a part of a design goal of the core platform. And interestingly, there's one manual on MediaWiki.org that describes that already a bit, and that's manual, what is MediaWiki? It's kind of a hidden page, but it talks about the scale, talks about the build for Wikipedia, and it talks about what that means. And also, I think the flip side of that, it means that it's not designed for specific users. Can it be used for specific other users? Yes. But I think as a user of the other users, I need to be knowing that it's not built for that, right? Similar when you have it on the manual, to be able to make an informed decision whether it's a good software for me to use or not, right? And another example to explain that, let's say you need to build a skyscraper and you have a certain material available and you build a skyscraper out of that material. You may be able to build a birdhouse out of the same material, but still the material needs to hold the skyscraper and not just the birdhouse, right? And that is the difference. So this is when we talk about the product requirements, what is the software needs to deliver. All right, and then platform mission enables us basically to say, putting all of this together and say like, okay, we need to have well defined. We need to be able to tell it's built for this and not for that, because this is how we know what we need to optimize for. And it's about enabling volunteers. It's about enabling, providing open content creation. The open, again, gives you some requirements for the product in terms of like, it's a lot way harder to do open content than closed content, right? So, and you need to think about it differently. So, all right, I'm skipping this. This is kind of like, generally, the MediaWiki scope is incredibly big, right? It's the core platform, so it's huge. And so for us to kind of work through that, we were thinking about, okay, what are sense-making focus areas? For the first year, important is that we put a key focus on sustainability, right? And really thinking about the people, the code, the long-term initiatives that drive platform sustainability. But other focus areas are here, for example, how can we provide curated pathways for developers so they can build on top of MediaWiki? Think of the web APIs if you're a developer, or even like gadget infrastructure or something like, right? So something to get data out of MediaWiki, something to interact with it. And the core concepts and core capabilities, that is something like what I was sharing earlier, authentication, for example. Notification may be a concept. The way how Wikitext is parsed may be a concept. Okay, one food for thought. We are running into the last 4 minutes, so we'll talk about the future in a second, but I want to give you that food for thought. So one observation that we made is like, in the end, I think the way we have built MediaWiki so far and enabled new experience so far is that we built a lot new on top of the old, right? There's like the massive MediaWiki core code base, and then there's a new extension on top. We actually have more than 180 extensions in Wikimedia production, which is a lot, right? And some of them are super essential, some of them are super core, and some of them support very tiny, small use cases. So it's a funny, a wild mix. So one of the tasks that we currently have is looking at that field and understanding that better. But one food for thought, because what happened, the focus on building extensions and building the new on top of the old, kind of closed our eyes a bit in thinking about how should we systemically evolve core, right? What is the core offering that we need to give? And I think the extensions are an interesting signal for that. So when you think about Wikibase and Wikidata, right? Before Wikibase and Wikidata happened, there was already semantic MediaWiki, kind of leaning in a kind of similar direction, right? And it's all about the relationships between data and being able to represent that, knowledge graph representation in the end, and a structured way of handling and querying data, right? So now we have both of these are extensions, and both of these, interestingly, became platforms for other things, right? But in the end, if you look at these signals, you could also ask, should MediaWiki core itself have a core capability that enables us to provide to have knowledge graph representation as part of a core experience. And I think this is how we could look at the lens. If you think about what are really the core capabilities the software needs to support, and then there's always a question is how expensive is that? How long does that take? Can we even get there? I think these are additional factors, but I think it's good to ask like what is it really what we need to support, and then thinking about a solution secondary, right? Instead of thinking of in a way the model how MediaWiki works bakes us in, and even the wiki projects, they bake us into a solution model where you would say new idea, new wiki project, a new feature, new extension, right? And instead of thinking a bit differently about it and recognizing that these are solutions, right? And I think it may be, just a food for thought at this point. We're running out of time as well. But I think that is something interesting to think more about. All right. Year 2 goals. There's an annual plan on Office Wiki that you can also look into, but I want to just quickly talk about this slide here. So we have currently 2 objectives in the annual plan that are kind of an evolution of what we did last year. One is talking about make sure MediaWiki serves Wikipedia well, and one is talking about make sure developers have the tools they need to effectively support the Wikimania projects. I know. More 3 minutes. Okay. I got 3 more minutes. I can't stop running. Okay, so we go 1 slide back. All the time in the world. So this is the overview slide. We're having 2 objectives. As I said, one focusing on making sure MediaWiki supports Wikipedia well. The other one making sure that developers have the tools they need to support the Wikimedia projects well. I think one thing to keep in mind when you see those objectives, this is always what we are focusing on right now, right? There may be a different goal like in 3 years and 4 years, but right now we're thinking about it through this lens because it helps us shape and understand the needs that we need to support, right? So if you go through these two objectives, the first four key results were around basically platform, and the other three are around helping developers with their workflows and through better services. Now I'm going only in the platform ones for now. In the first KR, this is all around platform sustainability. As I shared earlier, we set a key focus on that last year already. We actually allocated a product manager to focus on platform sustainability, to focus on that kind of and really think it through what would be needed for that. In the next year, we're digging into the space of APIs and standards, standardization and APIs, authentication. Some of you may have discovered a project in Fabricator that's called Single User Login Free. And so the work that is underway here is kind of thinking about how does our login infrastructure need to evolve so that when browser vendors make changes, we're not so dependent on them, right? And that is all about authentication. I think some related work in the space. So it's not only the single user login free work, it's also thinking about should we better divide the authentication infrastructure from other infrastructure. For example, central auth extension serves at least 5 different use cases. Should it only serve the authentication use case? These are questions we're thinking about there. The parser unification is the big project we're rolling out to the production wikis. First rollout happened to Wiki Voyages last week. So it's moving forward. And the last one is around observability, basically have a better way for better metrics infrastructure for MediaWiki and other software. The second one is really about simplify and streamline feature development. This is about MediaWiki architecture. How can we modularize better? How can we, what is the relationship between core and extensions? How can we build that in a better way? So it's a lot of research in this year, and you will see a lot of messages going out and updates and questions to the broader tech community. And the third one is around changing the way how MediaWiki, changing MediaWiki's process model. Basically how today when you make an edit in a template, the whole page needs to be rendered again. Wouldn't it be awesome if it would be only the smallest unit so that performance increases massively and also kind of provides other ways of how encyclopedic content can present it to the user. For example, like more kind of a compilation of content, etc. So these are the things we're looking into. And the last KR is around the release process, that we made a decision last year to move from supporting the releases in unplanned and also volunteer time to officially support the releases from the MediaWiki engineering group. And as part of our open source commitment. And so this is aligned with, we want to bring it together with other infrastructure management improvement tasks that we are having, and to make that whole process easier for us. So that is kind of the outlook for what's going on next year. And you can see it as basically year 2 of our efforts to kind of evolve the system and the architecture and the processes around MediaWiki as much as we can. As much as needed, but also as much as we can, because in the end we are still wonderful people, but also a small group. So we need to think about the costs and what is doable to the maximum effect possible. All right, I'm officially at the end. Thank you all for listening. If you have questions, please come find me. Okay, I'm just getting an update. I have 5 minutes for questions. This is like... Perfect. So first, before I'm asking for questions, just want to finish what I just said. I'm going to be around near the hackathon area. I think in front of the hackathon area, there are tables. And one of the table will have me in 2 days this week between 11 a.m. and 12:30. So please come find me for longer conversations, discussions, questions, anything around MediaWiki. The second thing is we are sending out only to developer audiences right now. So if you're interested, you need to subscribe to WikiTech all. Sorry. A monthly MediaWiki Insights email that talks about strategy, but also kind of technical improvements that happened in the space and kind of guide through the story. So we're sending these emails to WikiTech and MediaWiki. They also are published on MediaWiki.org, so you can just watch that page and you see it popping up. That's another way of learning more. All right, that's it from my side. Thank you so much.
odrobinę.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes, perfect. Thank you, Dimi. Thanks. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us and filling up this room in Katowice. I am very excited because I think we have not only a great conversation ahead of us, but also I have a great partner in this conversation for many reasons. My name is Anna Mazgal. I am Executive Director of Wikimedia Europe, which is an association of European affiliates and friends. And one of our key tasks, we are based in Brussels, and one of our key tasks is to speak on behalf, as mandated, to be sure, on behalf of our European communities about the challenges that we're facing if it comes to freedom of expression, access to knowledge, and any other topics that are relevant for our projects to thrive. And one of the topics, of course, that we're looking at and also often asked about is AI, artificial intelligence. As we know, it's been for some time now that people are thinking how make best use of those technologies. But of course, it also presents regulatory challenges. And it was actually Advocate General's proposal that we don't make a super legally in-depth talk about this, but we talk about it in a way that anyone can understand, which I think is wonderful also, because I think this is one of the ways to also explain complex legal issues, to talk about them in a way that are not so complex. So I am joined today by First Advocate General of the Court of Justice of the European Union, Maciej Szpunar. Maciej Szpunar has a very fruitful and amazing career as a lawyer here in Poland and also as the Advocate General in the court. Maybe we can say a few words about what is the Court of Justice of the European Union and what is the role of First Advocate General, because I understand you are not a judge in the sense of giving judiciary decisions. But what I do know is that in Brussels, when Maciej Szpunar's opinion comes out, the traffic stops. Everybody needs to understand, because this is a very important voice in how the EU law should function, right? So if you can please tell us a couple of words about the role of the court and the role of your role in the court.
Thank you very much, Anya, first of all, for inviting me here. It is my second experience with the Wikimania, Wikipedia. I must confess personally that I'm very much impressed by what you're doing, and it's a great honor for me to be here. And I also believe that that my presence would be useful from your point of view. As Anna said, I'm a lawyer, so I could speak for hours about legal stuff, which is not particularly exciting, but we believe both with Anya that we will try to present the issues in a very comprehensible way. You asked me the first question: what's the Court of Justice and what's the role of an Advocate General and First Advocate General, that function that I'm exercising now? And I must say that the answer to this question would require half an hour, so I would try to be as brief as possible. The European Union has its own jurisdiction, supreme jurisdiction of Europe, which is supreme jurisdiction in the sense that we have the last word on the interpretation of EU law. As you can imagine, EU law is extremely broad. Even EU institutions are accused of being overactive in legislation. And our court has its role to make this legislation comprehensible, to interpret this legislation. It happened that I have been acting as an advocate general in many cases regarding new technologies. Everything, protection of data on the internet, protection of exclusive rights like copyright over the internet, issues concerning the combating of crimes committed over the internet, because this is part of EU law. EU law has legislated in all these areas. But in a nutshell, unlike any other court, the Court of Justice is composed of judges and advocates general. They are equal. As you can imagine, we have 27 judges, 1 judge per member state, and 11 advocates general. The division is slightly different. We have 6 advocates generals coming from 6 big 5 permanent from big member states, which is France, Germany, Spain, Italy, and Poland, and 6 advocates general rotating among other member states. And our role is not to decide, but to tell the court what should they do, and the court can follow us or may not follow us. And then you would be probably tempted to ask a follow-on question. So what's the role if you are not followed? And I'm always saying that our role is not to be always followed, because if I tried to be always followed, my job would be absolutely unuseful.
It is absolutely useful now.
Yes, in the sense that our role is sometimes to provoke a debate, to say what is wrong in the case law, what should be amended. We do not care about consistency of case law. Judges should care about consistency, that the case law is consistent. We are proposing something to the court. The court may follow or may not follow our proposal, but our role is also to stimulate a debate. So as a member of the court, because I'm an advocate general, I'm allowed to say much more today than if I were a judge. If I were a judge, I would be obliged to stick to the existing case law. As an advocate general, I can say a little bit more than a judge.
All right, so let's jump right into it. Thank you so much, Maciej. I wanted to ask you first about AI in general, not maybe necessarily as Advocate General, but about you, Maciej Szpunar. Are you excited about AI and the opportunities that it brings? Or are you more, I know you're excited about your work and talking to it. And by the way, of course, I have plenty of questions, but also I want to make sure that whoever has questions here can ask them, right? I think you're excited about answering them, but what are your thoughts about this? Do you see it, this change that is coming as full of opportunities, or kind of a mixed bag of opportunities and threats? Do you think it's useful to you? Again, as Maciej Szpunar, but also as Advocate General, what's on your mind?
I am definitely very much excited by artificial intelligence, but one disclaimer in the very beginning. I'm a lawyer, and lawyers are always behind. We have certain backwardness. Lawyers are always behind technological revolution. And it's for a good reason, because we are not inventors. We are thinking about the consequences and how to adapt the existing instrumentario to the challenges stemming from new technologies. So I'm excited, but I'm perfectly aware that I know much less about artificial intelligence than probably majority of you. I'm trying to anticipate what should be the legal rules applicable to artificial intelligence. Just to give you one example, for us, new technology is the internet. Even though we all deal with the internet for more than 20 years. But I can tell you that from a legal point of view, internet poses still very huge challenges regarding law, regarding legal framework. how do we perceive certain transactions concluded via internet, how we protect works over the internet, how we proceed to the question of protection of personal data over the internet. These issues are not resolved, and if you look at the case law of different jurisdictions in the world, starting from US, China, India, the European Union, you would see that personal data are protected differently everywhere.
Yes. Yes, I think that, and I want to go into the European realm of legislation, because I think we in Europe are quite in the forefront of legislating on many levels. Differently, how technology, on legislating where technology touches many areas of our life, right? Privacy being one of them, but also now AI Act that has entered into force basically a few days ago, if not fully, then formally at least. I'm wondering also about this. I can totally see how AI is part of this whole bag of new technologies, but do you see any challenges here in making sure that AI serves humanity, which I understand law is there to fulfill, that are specific to AI because of its, for example, generative potential or any other aspect that you can see that basically looking into the future may actually land on your desk?
Definitely. You mentioned that the Union is the first entity in the world, probably, that enacted a legislation regulating AI. But you have to be aware that this regulation is very narrow, extremely narrow. The only thing the European Union did is simply divided AI system into several categories, depending on how dangerous is the impact of AI on fundamental rights. So there are systems that are not dangerous to fundamental rights in the first place, the personal data, because that's what we care about, and those systems which are completely forbidden because they are too dangerous from the point of view of the protection of fundamental rights. So this is a very narrow regulation. If I'm trying to anticipate, but I would only define the problems, I cannot give definite answers, because if I did so, I would be prevented from dealing with cases when it comes to the agenda of the court. But for me, when I'm trying to anticipate other problems of artificial intelligence that were not yet tackled by the European legislator, I would say the first question is liability. Who is liable for damage done by artificial intelligence, and how should we deal with the restitution and paying compensation for damages created by artificial intelligence? Here we have some experience already on other new technologies that traditional concepts of liability have to be revisited. And another question is, I remember when AI emerged, and it would be a little bit long answer, Anya, if you allow me, lawyers started to ask question, what about copyrights? Who is entitled to copyright in the case of works created by artificial intelligence? And of course, this is a very pertinent question, but I think more important question is what to do with the fact that AI is using all information created by others, that it actually nourishes itself from the information created by other people. And this is a big legal challenge, because if we had a system of artificial intelligence that has access everywhere to all information stored over the internet, very often information protected by copyrights or by other exclusive rights. So if artificial intelligence has access to this information, formally there is no violation of exclusive rights, because we are not dealing with communication to the public, because artificial intelligence is not communicating something to the public, nor with the I forgot the word. Another use of copyright, where there's multiplication of the work. So artificial intelligence does not multiply the work protected by copyright. So we have to think, and this is the question for all society, and to ask whether systems of artificial intelligence should pay for the information to which they have access. I don't know the answer, but this question has to be posed and very well reflected. And as regards the first aspect that I mentioned, who is the owner of copyright of the works created by artificial intelligence, I would say that this is a part of a question how we should protect intellectual property in the future. Until now, the protection of intellectual property, everything, copyright, trademarks, trade secrets, designs, is based on exclusive rights. So the author has an exclusive right to deal with the work, to decide on the communication to the public, distribution, and multiplication of the work. There are voices in the society of economists, lawyers, saying that we should stop and we should rather look at the protection of an investment. And I would give you one example, a photograph. Traditionally, each photograph is a work, is protected by copyright of a person who did a photograph. But the question arises what to do in contemporary world where photos are made automatically. We all have cameras in our iPhones, and we're making photos all the time. Can we say that each time I click something on my mobile, I'm creating a work which deserves to be protected under copyright law? Maybe we should ask ourselves whether there was some time or money invested in this work, and only on this basis grant the protection and to give some rights to the authors. That's the question which is open. There is one danger, and I'm fully aware of this, because we have in Europe this experience from the Third Reich and the notion of degenerated art, that who will decide whether something is a work of art or not. That's a danger inherent in this discussion.
I have lots of thoughts right now, but I start from the end, because one other thing that comes to my mind, and first of all, I wish that more people and lawmakers and policymakers in Brussels had such an open mind as you have about what is the future of copyright. We participated as a movement, and specifically us in Brussels, also in very heated debates around the copyright directive, obviously, because our interest is to also protect public domain, right, and to make sure that it's not a nonsensical protection where it's actually more benefit to the society is and no detrimental effect on the creators, right? To actually set content free. But one other thing is that I would think that in the current setting of how those things works, if we look at the protection of investment and effort, it's well demonstrable by basically big players and companies that when they make photos, they have, I don't know, a photo shoot, right? Or if they generate them artificially through artificial intelligence, they do it with systems that cost a lot of money to deploy, right? And so would that then can mean that if you make a beautiful photo in Katowice and even it wins an award, then your investment was not that huge, right? Comparably, right? Because you just came and saw a beautiful sunset over Spodek and that was it, right? So would that not create a deeper divide that we do observe in protection of rights online, that who has money and who has a platform can actually effectively seek remedies, right? And who doesn't have it or is not even well informed enough sometimes, right? Which regular citizens sometimes simply are not, cannot basically protect themselves, right? So the AI would feed on, which happens also right now, on wedding photos placed on Flickr because they are openly licensed, right? But the works that are protected by investment and have the strong copyright enforcement in the embodied by the lawyers in the companies are actually better protected. It doesn't seem very equitable to me, right? So can we think of any remedies that also protect citizens in that aspect similarly to the big market players? And I don't know if these are legal remedies, right? Maybe these are remedies that come more from state policies, right? Or I don't know what, or technology itself maybe.
Well, you tackled several issues in your question. The first is the notion of an investment. I have no answer to this question, because the easiest way would be say, if you invested money, then your work created, the work you created deserves more protection. But it's not that easy, because it's not only the question of money; it's the question of what did you do. Where did you put this piece of art? How needed and appreciated is this piece of art? So that is another issue. But I think you tackled a very important point, which are legal remedies. And internet, but also it is my prediction, artificial intelligence completely shifted this paradigm of liability. We lawyers, that maybe some of you studied law, were always taught that you had a tortfeasor and a victim. So those who did the wrong thing and then a person that suffered. And always the question was, what remedies has a person who suffered damage against the tortfeasor? The internet and also artificial intelligence completely shifted this paradigm, because as a victim, let's say I created a work, and this work, my copyright were violated many times over the internet. I'm not so much interested who is a tortfeasor, who breached my exclusive rights. What I'm interested is to make use to make sure that this infringement will not repeat itself, that my work will be protected, and the work would not be circulated for years over the internet. So as a victim, I'm rather interested in legal remedies against intermediaries like big platforms, internet service providers, than the tortfeasor itself. Let's say if my personality rights are violated, someone said I'm stupid and other dirty things about me in a post over Facebook. I'm not interested who did it. I do not want to even identify the person who did this wrong act, but I'm rather interested in remedies against Facebook to make sure that Facebook removes this post and any similar post. So this is the change of the paradigm, and we should rather concentrate on remedies against, would say, intermediaries, so-called secondary liability against the internet platforms and internet service providers, those who have real means to make sure that my damage does not repeat itself.
Yes, also because, I mean, we see it already, right, that it's humanly impossible to follow each and every case of an infringement when we have every minute exponentially growing the pool of information, and I think we have to also face that. I'm pretty sure that there will be many questions about that aspect, because this is also something that our communities looked into again during the copyright reform, because that was also, I feel, the spirit of the content filtering provision, to just go behind it. And we also discussed a lot the kind of transfer of risk, right? If the platform is the one that is targeted, then the risk is being transferred to the users in the effect of over-policing the content, right? And we know this, for example...
17.
Yes, exactly, Article 17. So a sore spot for our community. But we actually managed to convince the legislator, that I genuinely think didn't want to harm Wikipedia, that educational projects and encyclopedic content is not there. But I think we're going a lot into something that we promised not to do. But it's fine. It's fine. I think it's gonna be back. I wanted to bring a bit of a perspective that is, our community is looking to, because we're of course very much interested in copyright. Not because our projects deal with copyright by design, but I would venture a comparison that we deal with copyright by contrast, meaning that the content that is on Wikipedia is either public domain or openly licensed, and of course the vetting of the content is, among many other perspectives, from the perspective if the content is protected, then it doesn't have place on Wikipedia or Wikimedia Commons and other projects. So from that perspective, we also look a lot into what is actually possible to release, so that projects like Wikipedia and humanity in general can have access to. Our vision is that everyone can take part in the sum of human knowledge. So for this, the content needs to be free, information needs to be free. And I'm wondering if you see any specific points about new technologies in general, but AI specifically, just because it also has this generative power. And also, I have a feeling that ever since we see those actual deployed tools like ChatGPT and others, that like all data was valuable, but now it's really all data. Like any single piece of information is valuable for training purposes, right? So, sorry, it's a very convoluted question, but I'm landing my plane that is circling now around all those topics. That my point is, what is the impact of AI on public domain, for example, in your opinion? On one hand, a lot is being kind of sucked in, but also what is the output? Is there any chance when we talk about responsibility of ownership to actually look for chances to actually open more content, right? And here, of course, I operate on the assumption that AI is not only hallucinating, that it's also actually providing useful outputs.
Well, let's start with the basics. I mean, everything what you create is in a public domain. So even though formally you could be considered as an author, as a right holder, you allow everyone else to access this information. That's the whole idea behind Wikimedia. Yes, formally it is a work, but you give your consent and give access to anyone. You are entitled to do this as a potential right holder. And then the question arises: what is the scope of your consent? Whether you agree that artificial intelligence would also be nourished by this information. And here I would say there is a tremendous difference between giving or allowing any other person to look over the Wikipedia and to learn this information, to use this information, from allowing systems of artificial intelligence to be nourished by all information contained on Wikipedia. The law doesn't give any answer to this question because we are not yet prepared for this. But as I said in my introductory remarks, this is the question that will have to be tackled, because there is a tremendous difference between someone else reading Wikipedia and artificial intelligence reading Wikipedia. For a very simple reason. ChatGPT is not for free. Even if we do not pay, as we know, we very often pay with our personal data and the information we put. The artificial intelligence, and I will just give you one example from the work of the Court of Justice concerning this fact that the systems of artificial intelligence has to be huge in order to be efficient. Our court functions in 23 official languages of the European Union. So we have 23 official languages. So a great challenge for us is the translation, is legal translation of documents. And we have our internal system of translating documents within the court. But the quality of this translation is very poor. So if I put a text and use DeepL, you heard about DeepL system, it's always better. It's always better. The translation did by DeepL is always better than our internal systems, for a very simple reason, that DeepL has access to more information and by definition is much more efficient. Of course, for us it's impossible because our documents are not public, cannot be disclosed, that we cannot use systems like DeepL in order to translate our internal documents. But this illustrates that there is a danger that with the development of artificial intelligence, only those systems who are the most efficient and have access to more information would be really effective and would be used. Like Google. I mean, there are many search engines over the internet, but everyone is using Google for a very simple reason. It's much more efficient. The same will happen with automatic translation. Only the translation done by huge systems is accurate and efficient.
I think, I mean, yes. So I'm just thinking about my next question and all the things you said, so forgive my clumsiness sometimes. Definitely the amount of data plays a role. I want to come back to this. I want to say that probably if we polled our friends here in the room and hopefully those who watch us online, we would have very different answers whether people think Wikipedia should or should not be just easily accessible. And one of the things is that we believe that our system of vetting information works. So, so basically we provide good quality of information. Therefore, if AI needs to be trained, it's better that it's trained on Wikipedia than on Reddit. Yeah. I would say that. And some of the people may say, which we also bring up a lot, is that in the current market setup, which is technology, but also probably beyond, it's just that we deal with technology, the volunteer work becomes free labor. Yeah. Just because this is how it works, and there is no social return on investment made by our community from other platforms, right? I mean, we can argue they get better, so people get better quality, right? But as you said, people already paid with their data, right? So just to say that this is a question that I think we also internally grapple with here, and there will be probably people that are vehemently, supporting either side of this conversation. I wanted to ask you about a follow-up to this, because we also had this conversation for some years about what we kind of identify as unintended consequences of the open. Meaning that we open data and are happy for everyone to use. That's the premise of the licenses that are used for Wikipedia, for example. They are not limited. Mostly these are by attribution or zero license, which doesn't even expect that. Sometimes it's this viral form, which is the share alike one, but mostly are those. And we do know that content licensed on those that is licensed by those licenses is, for example, used by this mostly is about images for facial recognition training. That then in turn is of course used sometimes for in healthcare, but sometimes it's used to develop military purposes, which some of us I think, and I respect this position, don't care that much about this, because there is this it's out of our hands. We are not responsible for other people's things, right? So and what I'm getting at is that if we don't want this to happen, it seems, and the research showed this, that the only effective way of pulling out publicly licensed or non-exclusively licensed imagery from those training databases is actually to put copyright on them. Because this is what the companies respect. They don't want to have the copyright infringement. It's a known way to seek those remedies. But do you think there are also, and we don't want to do this, right? We don't want to copyright Wikipedia because then it affects everyone, right? You cannot be half open, right, or half exclusive in that aspect. So, do you think that the law also will evolve in any other area that can actually bring also those other considerations that the AI, I think specifically here, brings on the table, that there can be some level of control of how the content that we produce is not used for nefarious reasons?
Well, one answer is to protect your work by copyright, but then I think the whole idea, what is behind your project, or your wonderful project, would be compromised. You asked me to try to find some speculations. What would be other ways of protecting? Because I mean, everything relies. I mean, your problem on the fact that you want to have information you create to be accessible to other people, but you do not want other people to make huge money out of it. Yes.
Well, I think it's not that they don't make money, because I think this is something. It's just that. We see it and ends up not being as beneficial to the society as maybe we would have wanted this to be, right? So the companies, Google or whoever else, for example, we have Wikidata, and I understand that most, if not all, voice assistants that are proprietary are using Wikidata to create information.
So someone is making money out of information you create.
Yes, and not returning to the society in any meaningful way, right? On the contrary, right? Building more data to do predictive advertising or whatnot, right?
Well, let me allow to speculate. And as a lawyer, I'm always looking to similar situations that happened in the past. And what springs to mind is, but I know that this analogy is very difficult, when copying became very easy in the 90s. With the photocopying, recording, and so on and so forth, legislators of many states decided to impose certain lump sum money on those who are producing equipment for copying. And this lump sum money is then distributed to authors, to those who create the content. Maybe an idea, but I'm just speculating but this is something that would need to be taken into account by legislators, is to say that those systems who are making money out of information you create should pay certain lump sum money, because you will never identify how much ChatGPT earns on the information stemming from Wikipedia. But certain lump sum money should be paid and then distributed to you or to those who are working for you. These are the solutions which are equitable and are trying to bring justice, even though they cannot be measured, because you will never precisely identify how much money all the system would earn thanks to the information, to all information created on Wikimedia or Wikipedia.
I think we're trying to go that road. The Wikimedia Foundation now has the project that is called Wikimedia Enterprise, and it is basically providing large companies who can afford this, if I understand correctly, sort of a better pipe to get the data, so that and then basically there's money that comes back. So we're definitely experimenting that way. There are probably other considerations. What I do like personally about Wikimedia Enterprise is that for non-profit projects, it is available, but not for a fee, because we treat them as part of the of this whole ecosystem that is helping us. So I think there is. We can report back in a couple of years if you're interested how that worked. I wanted to talk a little bit also about the sort of I think we have more and or less. A bit, all of us, catastrophic or not catastrophic, thinking about what's going to happen if we have this wide adoption of the AI. I sometimes think that we should be so lucky to have this very knowledgeable, very well trained, very unbiased AI overlord that helps us. But unfortunately, I'm joking, right? But my fear is that we actually what may happen is that we end up with AI systems that are not well trained, that are not so great, right? And that they are being adopted because it becomes cheaper than looping humans in the processes, right? And then to me, it becomes also a question again of equity and equal access, right? In which I can totally imagine that, for in this dystopian vision for a petty crime, you are dealing with a chatbot that is basically giving you a fine. But if you are, a big tax evader from Panama Papers, you can afford to actually face a judge, right? And I'm not comparing the two crimes; they are different. But of course, that the more means you have, generally, the more you have access to human decision making, even if it's supported by AI in any way, which we know happens in some jurisdictions at least, right? So what I'm getting with this is you mentioned that AI Act has a narrow field and narrow perspective. The perspective is of a risk-based approach. Okay. Do you think that it's a good fundament to build upon to remedy situations like this? That the AI that has low quality and is not well supervised, there's no human in the loop, is not deployed where it actually could hurt people? Or do you think that we will be very soon looking at it, again and revising and trying to build up other parts of this ecosystem to regulate those mostly generative technologies in that aspect?
Well, again, a question that would require a very deep and long considerations. Well, I will start by saying that as a lawyer, I'm very much in favor of access to justice. Access to the court is an essential element of the society. And with the developing and increasing complexity of the world that surrounds us, we cannot forget about access to justice. But there are two problems with this. First of all is the technical knowledge of an average judge. I would tell you, even at the Court of Justice, we have excellent collaborators, we have excellent staff, but there are cases in which we do not have sufficient technical knowledge to be fully aware of certain consequences. I remember a hearing, as you know, I was an advocate general in many cases concerning new technologies, and hearing that there was a Facebook and Google pleading before the court, and the counsel of Facebook said this is not technically possible, and the counsel of another company said it is technically possible. So if the most developed companies do not have the same position on a certain issue, how do you expect the court to know what is technically possible and what is technically impossible? So that's one danger, and we have to leave it with. I cannot imagine that we'll create courts that would be that would have such a huge technical knowledge as engineers from the most developed and influential platforms and internet giants. So what they could look at simply what is equitable, what is just, and base this decision on these principles. So that's one obstacle, and another is maybe some of you definitely you, Anya, you're aware of this discussion, to what extent, to whom should the administration of justice and courts belong? To the states or to private entities? There is a huge tendency of self-regulation. You know, each system, each platform has an ambition to create its own dispute resolution mechanism. The tendency is definitely welcome that you have this system, but and I can say with full conviction, this should not deprive individuals who are seeking justice from going to ordinary state courts. So all these alternative dispute resolution systems created by all users cannot be exhaustive. There should be always a possibility for an individual who considers that his or her rights were violated to go to a court, to a state court.
I see that there are questions. I have one last, if you bear with me. I think it's part of what we are looking into in our community, which is the not only Wikimedia, but also other partners and organizations. Is that what we ended up with right now is that basically we have this kind of online public sphere that is actually on private playground, right? Yeah. This is, I think, an obvious observation. And there is a lot of conversation, which I think better late than never, is, well, should we have a digital public space, right? And if we do, what does it mean? Is it something that is community organized and community governed, such as Wikipedia and our project? Is there space for public investment into those technologies and infrastructure that can hold it? That has maybe a bit of more of a different level of, well, basically defining what are the rules, right? So. We also see this with AI, just because it's such an investment to create those algorithms, pay those wonderful engineers and then finally get the data, that it also becomes, I think, between, I don't know who is now in the game or not, but I would assume 3-4 maybe players, right, that are basically chasing right now. Now we know that Google basically have an exclusive agreement with Reddit. Again, good luck with that, but for use for AI. So also those alliances are becoming more common. I'm wondering if if you think also AI, now that it's still in this nascent state, and we are observing this very rapid but still emergence, if this is also an area of public intervention in that aspect, and also if there's regulation, then that should follow this, if we think that's a good idea.
It is, and I always believe in public regulation. This is after at the end of the day, it's always responsibility of public authorities, with its legitimacy stemming from voters, from the will of the voters, to regulate these aspects. But let me finish this part, because then I think we'll give the floor to the audience by saying pointing out one very important aspect that makes this picture much more complicated. That all digital sphere, everything what is linked to the internet, we have a problem with the regulation for a very simple reason, that internet and digitalization is delocalized. The traditional approach in law was based on territoriality. So each state, with its own authorities elected in a democratic manner, had the right to legislate on its own territory. So a Polish legislator legislated on everything what's happening in Poland, Swedish legislator legislated on everything what's happening in Sweden, European Union with its competences legislates on everything which territorially belongs to the Union. But this system doesn't work in digital work. So what happens, and it's my observation where I'm looking how these big platforms operating globally acting, they definitely respect the legislation only of big players, like US, European Union, China, India, Brazil. For obvious reasons, it's very difficult to someone who is acting globally to conform to all, I don't know how many countries we have in the world and how many legislators, 200 something probably, yes, if we look at the if we look at the General Assembly of the United Nations. So that's a crucial problem, that it's easy to legislate something by an individual state, but it's very difficult to execute this legislation. So this is something we have to try to cope. The Union, and I think it's for a good reason that the Union took the initiative to regulate some aspect of new technologies, also the artificial intelligence. I believe that the legislation of the Union is the legislation that protects to the largest extent fundamental rights. And I believe that the approach we adopted towards different aspects of new technologies would serve as a certain pattern, as a certain guideline for the rest of the world.
I'm also very fond of the active role that EU has. I'm not always so fond of the results, but I think the efforts is the first. The floor is yours. I know there is a question here. Maybe I will be the microphone person. Christian.
Hi, Christian from Wikimedia Deutschland. We had now the first German court case in Hamburg regarding the usage of data for AI. And the question is that there can be a machine-readable reservation that you don't want that this data is used. And now the court has to decide like what form this machine-readable has to be. I'm interested if you have an opinion on that. And my second question is, you started by saying this thought that maybe you have to rethink IP law. I found that rather surprising to think that in the context of the rise of AI, because if we think about the impact will be that the AI oligopoly, which we have already, will just become stronger if we think of investment. And I think it's always input criteria you're referring to. And we rather have to think about impact criteria when we look at the effects of law, I believe. And we see that the market has failed regarding platforms for so many years. And my question is, why is it failing? Do we have to think closer the relationship between cartel law and intellectual property law? Because capitalism is kaput, basically, if we look at the digital world. And we have to fix capitalism in a way. And how can that be done? And why is that not happening through the European courts?
Well, the first question was very precise, and the second aspect of your question was very broad. And I mean, you presented the point of view that will definitely need to be taken into account. I didn't give any definite answers regards this investment in investment-based protection. I said that this discussion is actually also in German literature very present. And I fully agree that the reservation you mentioned would need to be taken into account if we think about the most adapted to the current challenges way of protecting exclusive right. Because one thing I'm convinced, when internet emerged, there were voices, let's say that there is no protection of exclusive rights over the internet. And that would based on the assumption that then everything would be free and no one would make huge money out of it. But I think that the time proved that if we would say there is, for example, no copyright protection of the internet, it wouldn't mean that everything would be for free, because the other giants would gather this information and make sure that it's paid for by other means, yes, essentially by your personal data. But it's sufficient, and it's sufficiently dangerous from the point of view of the society. So thanks for these remarks. They are very pertinent. And regards this technical, I haven't heard about this case in Hamburg. I heard about the case in New York, where I think it's the New York Times that actually is suing one of the system of artificial intelligence for being nourished by all the editions of New York Times and making huge money out of it. Then there's a question of protection, how certain texts should be protected. And it reminds me the discussion we had at the Court of Justice. By the way, there were references from Bundesgerichtshof on framing, in simply incorporating over the internet, incorporating the works of others into your own website. So you through linking. And I remember that in this case, the court said that if you don't want, as an owner, for example, of a photograph, that this photography is incorporated by other systems, it's linked to the system, you should provide some technical measures that you just give a signal that you do not want this picture to be to be linked in by other websites. So it was not that essential that the system is 100% effective, but you just give a signal that you do not want the system to be used. Then the Court of Justice was criticized that this approach is not compatible with the idea of protection of exclusive rights. So if you leave your bicycle on the street and you do not lock it, does it mean that you allow other people to steal this bicycle? I would say no. You steal the owner. So with the system, I mean, I don't know what. Let's wait for the decision of the decision of this court in Hamburg. Maybe they refer the question to the Court of Justice. Who knows? Because it's a bit. I look forward.
All the interesting problems and in Luxembourg. Do we have any other questions? I do hope we do. Oh, Delia. No. Perfect. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Delia Brown. I'm the chair of Creative Commons, but my other hat is I'm the National Copyright Director for all the schools and vet sector in Australia. So struggling with a lot of these issues. But I just wanted to have a couple of points here. We've been looking at preference tools as a way of also going forward in Creative Commons. So we look forward to kind of doing more exploration work with this community and others about that. But in relation to the idea of like compensation and payment, and you were mentioning the idea of a levy, I believe, of some sort. I just wanted to give a perspective from Australia where we have a statutory licence scheme for educational use, which is a compulsory licence scheme, which covers all education institutions in Australia. Now, in theory, it's a great idea from a public policy perspective, but it does mean that lots of public interest uses that would be in exceptions in other parts of the world are actually paid for by the taxpayer in Australia. So there's a danger sometimes of going down a compulsory licensing scheme. Also, no guarantee that money goes anywhere near back to the creator because of unequal bargaining power. Often the creator has to assign or sell their rights, particularly in publishing. And so what I notice when we pay millions of dollars to collecting societies, that a very, very small percentage of that would actually go back to the creator itself. There are some interesting concepts in Europe that are good to think about, like an unwaivable right to remuneration. There's also some other interesting concepts like levies. Now, in Australia, we have things called the education lending right, the public lending right. It's paid for by the Australian government. That's where authors get their money from, more than they do from the licence fees that we pay to a collecting society under the statutory licence. So I just want to put those ideas into your head. But also, public interest exceptions are super important. And you also talk about investment in time, and I go, that's again, think about a lot of the time people are creating stuff, they're spending time, not necessarily investment. So you might be someone who takes a long time to be recognised as an artist or creator. Think about that as well. So it's complicated. So I think the compensation question concerns me because it's sort of demanding that there should always be a compensation for use. And it just concerns me that we're going into rights holders' hands, and the same people who get the money now are the same people who are going to get the money in the future, and it's not really going to help those who are the creators.
Yes, indeed. I mean the concerns you mentioned from your Australian experience are also valid for Europe, and the system of this compensation for the use of photocopying equipment is based on this assumption. There's absolutely no guarantee that the money in the sufficient amount would go to those who work on it. But for me, there's no. When I speak about protection of copyright based on investment, there is no doubt for me that that time is an investment. So it cannot be restricted to pure financial investment. That is clear and out of the question. Thank you.
Please, Stefano.
Hi, Stefano Maffulli from the Open Source Initiative. So we've been thinking about the concept of open source for AI. So in other words, how do we generate, how do we think about the propagation of knowledge inside the AI space? And so I wanted to ask your like kind of provocative, like you talked about ChatGPT making money out of the nourishing, out of the Wikipedia and the volunteer work. At the same time, you were talking about the quantity of data being important for good machine learning, machine translations, right? So having Google has already absorbed and nourished not all of the knowledge from the internet, and it gives us back free, gratis search, although we pay for it in other ways. And but we get search. And so why do you think, how do you, the court should have to think about this nourishing for search different from the nourishing from automatic and good machine learning based on, you know, the production of the work of volunteers?
Well, I would say that this is not the task of judiciary, but rather for the legislator. And, you know, with all issues, cases concerning new technologies at the Court of Justice, we are facing this problem that do we have sufficient legitimacy to answer this question that should be actually, in the first place, answered by legislators elected in a democratic way. I sometimes, as a member of the court, have this impression that we are facing a very important dilemma, and I could give you dozens of examples, and I can have a feeling which solution it's just and equitable, but at the end of the day, I have a feeling that it is for the legislator with its own democratic legitimacy to decide this question. So the dilemma that you mentioned in the ideal world should be decided by legislators, yes.
So I guess,
you know, there is no public debate in the court. When you have an appropriate legislative procedure, you have voices of all stakeholders. Everyone is well informed. The court functions in a completely function completely different circumstances. We have just the files, what the parties presented. We have very strict time limits when the opinion should be delivered, when the judgment should be delivered. So this deliberative democracy, it's very, very limited in the case of judiciary. Yeah, no. Like, I mean, the best example is Article 17 of the Copyright Directive. I mean, this is how to reconcile the freedom of speech with the protection of exclusive rights, and to what extent you can impose on big platforms this filtering system. After all, we are dealing with 2 or 3 fundamental rights: data protection, freedom of speech, questions of liability for infringements, protection of property, and the legislator created a legal provision, Article 17, that doesn't say a lot, and at the end of the day leaves everything to judicial authorities that sometimes do not have sufficient legitimacy to decide such fundamental questions.
I guess we have one more point into our policy and advocacy to add. Any other questions?
Hello, my name is Alek Tarkowski. I work at Open Future, we're a European think tank for digital commons. I have one just comment listening to you. I think it's indeed very interesting, this point you make about the role of legislative and the role of courts. It's interesting with AI, everyone now is looking at the big court cases in the US on fair use, and I just realized it's interesting we don't have such cases in Europe.
Well, you have
well, the German one, but and maybe it'll grow to be the symbolic case, because really the American cases are sort of gripping everyone's attention. They're shaping the debate, or actually the lack of decision yet. From this perspective, to me, it seems somehow the European model feels that maybe the decisions made, interestingly enough, just before generative AI with the copyright directive somehow feel, more, I don't know, future-proof, stable. That's for me interesting. But I have a different question. We work a lot on AI policy, and there's this growing debate on concentrations of power. I would almost say that after a year where everyone was ignoring it as a risk, I really feel we were talking about, as you talk, things like liability, but also all the existential risks that I personally don't really believe in. And somehow the concentrations of power, if you would look at documents that try to make a typology of risk, it would really be, for me, like a gap, like some kind of missing thing. I think in the last months, I'm seeing more and more. So I have a more general question. What's your thinking about the role of antitrust law, of law targeted at concentrations of power? It seems to me that something that was once a lot about markets is now about all of society. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for this question, because we didn't tackle in the beginning, and we should have done so, because that's a very, very important. I think it's one of the biggest challenges for the use of artificial intelligence and new technologies in general. Indeed, I mean, your observations are definitely accurate. And I would like to draw your attention to the role of big platforms, big internet giants, because traditionally, and also, every lawyer has this perspective to divide the legal system on public law and what can be imposed on public authorities, and then private law and individuals, entrepreneurs. But let's be frank, and this distinction is based that public authorities are much stronger. They can use, all ways of enforcement, which cannot be done by individuals. But can we say that, let's say, Google or Facebook are individuals, and with a huge market power? Just I can tell you that in one of the cases, when there was a hearing in Luxembourg at the court, and one of the parties said, "Yes, we are talking about." I do not want to mention this company because everyone knows this company. Said, "We are talking about this company X," but in reality, the turnover of the company X is much bigger than the national product of 3 Baltic states taken together. So that's reality. And what brings me to 2 observations: that in the first place, this distinction that we can impose something only on public authorities, and individuals are just can be driven by the profit mechanism, is no longer valid. And I think it also refers partly to your question, that we should also impose some public responsibilities on individual companies. This is the approach taken. Maybe some of you know the Union 1 year ago adopted 2 legal instruments, Digital Services Act and Digital Markets Act. And especially in Digital Services Act, this is a regulation of the European Union, there is the categorization of internet intermediaries, and the fourth category of very large online platforms. So if you qualified as a very large online platforms, public authorities may impose on you some public obligations. I think this approach is a very accurate approach. If you have such a huge power, you need to assume some social responsibility. This is, I would say, something on the borderline between competition law, but also enforcement of public law. So not only the states sometimes are very weak in comparison to huge internet giants, and that's probably the reason, and that's the assumption from which the European legislator departed, that in certain circumstances you can impose on these big giants some kind of social and public responsibility.
Any other questions? Raise your hand. All right. Well, thank you so much, Maciej, for joining us. It was super interesting for me, I hope for everyone. Thank you all for questions. This is a conversation that is an ongoing one for you, for us, and
There will be
hopefully
no conclusion.
exactly, and hopefully for us together at some point. Let's see how this things goes. Indeed, I can only say that. I also am myself, and I think also our organization, because this is also our goal, to participate in public debates with lawmakers about the shape of the law and bringing in this perspective from this other corner of internet, that is the communities that that do the work we do. We do believe in the legitimacy aspects and in the deliberative aspect of creating law with interested stakeholders. But I must also say that I am really also reassured that if the legislator either is not very responsive to our points, or just needs to put those points together, and therefore, as in the case of Article 17, let's say that the wording is not the best lawmaking we've seen, right? So, so delegates to court, I'm very happy and reassured that we have the European Court of Justice that can help us straighten out those legal conundrums with the citizens and communities like ours in mind. So thank you for being with us here, and thank you for being with us through your work.
Thank you, and my big appreciation to your work.
Thank you.
Is now the time? Go ahead, Lucina. Yeah?
Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everyone. How are you? I hope that you are fine. We're going to start this session that is a workshop. We are going to have like a 20 minutes of presentation with people here and also remote. So we are going to be in two different stations, but together. And then we are going to do like a different discussions by groups, or we can discuss together. But the idea is to make this a part of being and sharing different reflections about the past, the present, and the future of climate and sustainability organizing in the Wikimedia movement. Yes, so please feel free to ask, to answer, and to share. Thank you very much.
Oh, nice. Now I'm seeing myself double. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, everyone. Like, I saw some familiar bats. They're going through the room. So I hope that you're all having a great time there. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and we'll go ahead and kick this off. And I hope that you're seeing my screen now.
Yes.
You see my screen there?
Yes.
Great, amazing. How this session is going to run, we are going to be sharing some examples, Lucina and I, from the Spanish-speaking Latam region. And then we'll have Ruby, who is there in person, and Euphemia, who is here online with me, share some examples from the Africa region. But then the idea is that we'll have a Mentimeter, so have your phones ready when that appears on screen so you can participate there. And then we'll go into the group discussions. And for those of you who are joining online, we don't have breakout rooms. So the way that we'll do this is that you'll have access to my slide deck, and you'll be able to participate directly on the slide deck for the group discussion, sharing some ideas and thoughts like written there on the slideshow. And so that's how the session is going to get run. And of course, for those of you that are in person, you'll be able to participate in groups in the discussion. So with that said, now you should be seeing my full screen. As Lucina said, this is past, present, and future of climate and sustainability organizing in the Wikimedia movement. This is just an excuse to have a conversation about what all of you are doing on this topic, because we know that there's a lot of like climate and sustainability organizing in the Wikimedia movement right now. And so we're going to share a few examples from across the world. We're going to start with Spanish-speaking Latin American region. And so one thing that we want to tell you is that in 2022, Wikimedia affiliates from Spanish-speaking Latin America have been collaborating to put together the Wiki for Human Rights campaign. And in 2023, we gave a very interesting step forward, which was forming a working group on climate justice and Wikimedia projects. And the idea behind this group was that the campaign in itself was not enough to organize on the topic of climate and sustainability, that we needed more time, and that we needed to put a few more efforts and a few more initiatives throughout the year. And this is how the working group was formed. And now Lucina will share some numbers from this year's campaign.
Yes, well, we have first the photography contest. Great, thank you, Scan. We have 7 winning photos. More than 100 images received, and different countries for the region participated in this particular photography contest. We have Argentina, Colombia, Chile, Bolivia, Peru, and Uruguay. And also we have more than 91 participants from the region, and also not from Latin America and the Caribbean, but also participate in this particular contest about these topics. Also, beyond this particular photography contest, we also did the Wiki for Human Rights campaign in Wikipedia, as we have been doing since a lot of time. And we have more than 900 articles edited, more than 100 articles were quality articles created and improved, and we have more than 1,000 references added to these articles. And something that we want to focus is that these articles were, as all you know, written in real time, updating information about each context, and also related in particular with conflicts, local conflicts, social conflicts, environmental conflicts that are part of the reality of each context.
And now I'm going to tell you about another initiative that we had as the working group during this campaign, which was the Digital Green Skills in Wikimedia projects. And this was an online course plus a professional development plan. It was basically a course that we designed with the working group, and we had the support of the Wikimedia Foundation. I saw that Brisa is there in the audience. She can also tell a little bit more about that. And the Inter-American Development Bank. And it was a very interesting learning process that took place in 2 different stages. We had people participating on WikiLearn, but also on the communities of practice. People were able to choose which project they wanted to focus on while they were doing the course. So they had the option to go to Wikimedia Commons to learn more about Wikipedia or to learn more about Wikidata. And then we facilitated the conversation and their participation on the WikiProject Climate Change, which you see there as WikiProjecto Cambio Climático because it's in Spanish. And of course, they were also able to engage with the regional Wiki for Human Rights campaign while they were doing the course. So here are some numbers. We had 5 weeks of online classes. We did 5 webinars plus 4 hours with the community. We engaged in 3 Wikimedia projects, and then we had this professional development program, that was to select interns to help organizing in the climate and sustainability space in different affiliates across the region. So right now, Wikimedia Argentina, Wikimedistas de la Universidad de La Plata, Wikimedia Chile, Wikimedia Bolivia, Wikimedistas de Uruguay, and Wikimedia Colombia, and Fundación Apropedia, which is another ally that we have in the region, are currently working with interns that are helping them organize activities in the climate and sustainability space. And the course also included people presenting project proposals. So for them to be able to get selected to the internship, they needed to present a project proposal. And so 32 people completed their project proposals, and we had in total 164 students. And it was super interesting after we ran this course, and we're still doing the professional development program. But after we did the course, we had a conversation with the rest of the working group, and we found that this was a key strategy to engage with more people, because doing it during the campaign allowed us to give more visibility to the activities that were taking place during the campaign. It attracted new participants with new contributions and perspectives, and it also allowed new participants to see a Wikimedia movement in action. They saw organizations doing things, they saw volunteers in action, editing articles, uploading photos, participating in a lot of activities. So in a way, we were able to show the strength of our movement in action. So those are some of the insights that we wanted to share with all of you. And hopefully you won't be able to understand a lot of this video that I'm going to share right now. But it's kind of neat to see this little video that Wikimedistas de Bolivia did with a capybara that goes into Wikipedia. Timmy Capybara, the little Timmy Capybara, goes to Wikipedia to learn more about climate change and explain climate change to their parents, the capybara family. So little Timmy Capybara family. And I thought this was like a nice video to show you some of the stuff that we are doing in the region. And now I'll hand it over to Ruby, I think. Oh, and sorry, one last thing. We're going to be gathering again together at the conference around climate justice, indigenous voices, and Wikimedia platforms that will take place in Huaraz in Peru in November. So if you want to learn more, there's a QR code for that. Scholarships have already closed, and we're wrapping up some details for the program. But if you're interested to learn more about the outcomes of that conference, that's the link that you should follow. And now I'll hand it over to Ruby.
I have the presentation if you want. Come. You can. I stay here to help you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. I couldn't get enough time to prepare a proper presentation, but I hope to share something from the Africa community. So over the past 2 years, I've been the Africa Regional Coordinator for Anglophone Africa Wiki for Human Rights, and it's been a wonderful experience. So, where's the next slide?
Don't worry, the scan is going to change.
Okay, good. So what have we learned over the years? So just before I get into this, I just also want to share that the campaigns are still ongoing. A lot of communities are not yet done, so we don't have a collective statistics yet. But there are some things that we've learned over the past. One of the things that has really helped us is having regional meetings, because those are places where we understand our challenges, because climate change is such a big topic, but climate change impacts are different from communities to communities. So this year we had a regional meeting to discuss what is most pressing for us as Africans in terms of climate change, and what kind of topics do we want to document about, and then also what kind of strategies can we implement in this year's campaign. And one of the strategies that came up in this year's Africa Regional Coordination was having country coordinators, because I think last year we didn't have country coordinators, so there were lots of overlaps and different groups were applying for different grants, so it was a whole lot of things. But this year, having the country coordinators actually helped collaborative projects, which was really good. We had regional country coordinators for each of the countries coordinating activities in various parts of the region. And we also focused this year on WikiVoyage. It's such a new project, especially in Africa. I know WikiVoyage has been in existence for the past years, but for us as Africans, it's something that we are getting to learn. And we had a lot of people showing interest in the WikiVoyage, which was really cool. Capacity building was also one of the key areas, because it's such an important thing for us as Africans, and having to participate in the organizers lab was also very good. So the campaign, Alex and his team did so well to provide us with so much capacity building opportunities, where we coordinated African communities to participate in those campaigns, which really was impactful. So what have we learned in the past years? So many things. So we still seeing that environmental topic is such a crucial one. It's actually a crucial one, but we see a lot of people showing so much interest from the African community, and engaging community on exercise to identify topics of interest was also very a useful exercise, and the country coordination was also a very useful exercise. One thing that we're also seeing now as the campaign unfolds is that sometimes when campaigns are pegged with high prize award, we don't tend to get quality articles, which we are having so much challenges in especially in Nigeria, where there's such I've been having conversations with the community, but Nigeria particularly is having that kind of challenge. And sometimes people don't know what to write about, so having to support them with article lists and stuff like that is also really helpful, because it's such a broad topic. So let me not talk too much. I want to share what the topic areas that Africans were really interested in when we had a poll. So this was what they were kind of interested in. When we looked at collectively from different countries, pollution seemed to be like a very serious topic for them, because like if you look at Africa, there's so much pollution because of plastic waste, and everything is bagged in plastic, bottles, you see all of those things a lot. So it wasn't surprising that people are actually seeing that as a big challenge for them. And the heat waves, global heat waves was also something that was really talked about, because it looks like our temperatures really went high from the beginning of the year. Like if it's sunny, it's really hot, hotter than usual. So I think it was also a challenge. We saw even in the news how other places are also going through that same thing, like people having to die just because of heat. So it's also like something that is happening in African communities as well. And those other topics were also identified. So this was like just a brief statistics from the votes that were cast. Yeah, so I didn't really prepare, but it's just like a snapshot. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ruby. And now we'll hand it over to Euphemia, who is online with me here. Thanks, Ruby.
Thank you so much, Ruby, and to you, Evelyn. I wanted to really share some of the ways that the African community has evolved as a result of participating in the campaign over the last year. Just we heard from the community that it was important to deepen impact and participation. We adopted a new strategy for the campaign called the regional coordination approach, where we centered community ambassadors or coordinators to help us understand what was crucial for their regions to bring to the fore on the topic. And because of this, we saw a lot of ways that the African community approached participation. One of the things we saw was the different ways that they found to contribute to the content. In Africa, they started looking at what was really important for them to bridge in terms of knowledge gap. And because of this, they shifted from a bit of Wikipedia contribution to Wiktionary, because they were trying to look at how they would better tell stories of climate change to people who speak their languages, and to local populations who would not really understand these conversations in the technical terms that we use for climate change and sustainability. So we saw a lot of translations of about 500 climate-related words into African languages, particularly those languages that have low representation on Wiktionary, including the Temazight language, the Shawi, Igbo, and Swahili. But beyond even making sure that this content is available for people who would need, it was also about Wikimedians learning how to communicate about this in their language. For Wikimedians, they wanted to really understand what it would really be for people to understand how to talk about technical terms like deforestation, for example, or even global warming in their own language. And it wasn't just about documenting these terms, it was also about bringing the native pronunciation of these terms in these different languages where they were being documented. Other than also finding new ways of contributing to the campaign, the region also found new ways of coming together to ensure that they find the best approaches to document the knowledge. So we saw a lot of interregional collaborations between the French-speaking and English Africa that was led by Ruby and Valentin from the DRC Congo. We also saw the Portuguese-speaking Latin America and Africa coming together, where we saw for the very first time countries such as Brazil, Portugal, Mozambique, and Angola coming together to explore ways to collaborate on the term and bring in content on the topic. We also saw North Africa and America also collaborating, where we saw countries like Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia, and Canada are coming together to also contribute to the topic. Beyond these interregional collaborations, something else that was really interesting was also how regional coordinators and local organizers were able to connect their interests to activities that helped to promote the campaign. We saw a local organizer, Romeo, who was really passionate about podcasting, bringing a community podcast to help people to spotlight some of the ways they were conceiving ideas and implementing this campaign into their communities or region and sharing that with the world. We also saw regional coordinator, Amin, who is a lover of music and culture, use promotional videos to invite his region and his community to participate in the campaign. We also saw a growing number of talk shows where people took to climate storytelling in different ways to ensure that not just the movement is aware of what is happening around the campaign, but also people who are from outside the movement. Then there was also the WikiGreen conference that happened in Ghana that provides a platform for discourse between multi-stakeholders to come in and learn about the topic while also helping people build knowledge on how they should contribute to the topic in a way it is relevant for the Ghana community. Next slide, please. And because of all of these exciting activities in Africa, we saw a new community that was started in Libya in 2023. And this community is participating in the campaign for the second time this year to also have that opportunity to use the campaign as a way of starting and building a community dedicated to promoting climate change and sustainability. And we saw a growing number of participation from the Francophone Africa, where we had some good numbers from them who joined in the campaign, working with the Anglophone Africa to also bring in their voice and their contribution. And then there were also, these are also some of the numbers referencing some of the stories and highlights I made in the previous slide that would help you understand some of the results in numbers. And this is it. And this is some of the things we are seeing. Like Toby said, the campaign is still ongoing, and we are certain that by the time it closes for this edition, we're going to have more new stories and exciting results. Back to you, Evelyn.
Great. So now let's go ahead and ask those of you who are there in the room and those of you that are online. We want to know, what's your experience organizing in this space? We are assuming that if you are there in that session, in this session, is because you have some experience organizing in this space. So please join us on Menti to reflect on the past of the campaign, on the activities that you have organized. So for those of you who are there in the session, you have a QR code right there if you want to scan it with your phone. And I see some people that already putting their phones up. And if you're online, you can also take a picture of the QR code, or you can also use menti.com, code 75034228 to join. And I know that Anton, I think it's his name, or Anthony, thanks for facilitating the session. We'll share the link on the chat as well of Event Yay. So please join us there. And now I'm going to pull out Menti, and you should be able to see like the answers as they are coming through. And hopefully my internet doesn't fall. There we go. Perfect. Amazing. And I see that some of you are leaving hearts there. So the first question that we have for all of you is like, have you ever organized an activity or campaign around climate and sustainability topics? And I see there's like half and half. and some people that is not really sure whether they have organized an activity or campaign. Great. So it's good for those of you that haven't organized an activity or campaign. I hope that this session inspires you to go ahead and start with organizing around climate and sustainability in the Wikimedia movement. Now, let's go ahead to the next one. And this one is an open-ended response. So what did you learn for those of you who have organized activities or campaigns around climate and sustainability? What did you learn from organizing the activity or campaign? And I'll give people a few minutes to respond. There we go. We see a few responses already coming through. Great. I'm gonna read a few responses out loud. It's a topic that resonates with a wide community. Actions are hard to do. Talking about it is easy. Yes, my friend, that's in life in general. Environmental issues are both global and local issues. Gaps of knowledge on the science of climate change so far have not organized, but feels like we should. Yes, you should. Totally. There is a big public and funders in the space. The how-to documents should be in multiple languages, not just English. You need a clear task, giving impact to many people. Public awareness is the most crucial part of it. Making sure that beneficiaries learn effectively is very important. Being responsible for every moment. People mostly translate articles from the English Wikipedia. People are hesitant to acknowledge the social justice implications of climate change, such as nationalism, racism, etc. Sometimes it's difficult as it is a very niche topic. People are still biased on the topic and make fractions which stay opposed to each other. Wikipedia has a lot of outreach and way more reads than an academic article. It's not just the science, but also the social issues associated with climate. Higher price award tax doesn't produce quality articles. Newbies are good with improving existing articles. Capacity building is essential. Or languages have limitations when translating. And campaigns can entice people to contribute through a greater sense of collective action. Amazing. These are so many learnings from organizing in your community. Thanks to all of you that have shared. And now we want to understand what are your biggest barriers when organizing in the climate and sustainability topic. And the options here are: the topic is hard to communicate to partners and allies. The topic is too broad. The topic is not well received in my community. I struggle with using tools for list building or in general for organizing, for example, like PetScan, etc. And you have the option to strongly disagree or to strongly agree with some of the statements. right there in the middle. I think that the topic the topic is not well received in my community. It's like probably the one that like people like are identifying less as a challenge, which is good to know that the topic is being well received in your community. Amazing. Let's move forward. And have you identified any other barriers that were not covered in the previous question? So we want to know if there's like any other barrier that we didn't like really think about that you have already identified as being a problem in your community. Amazing. I'm seeing like very good responses right here in the Menti. So thanks for everyone who's participating both in person and online. I won't read all of this just in the sake of time. So you can also have like an interesting group discussion. But it looks to me that you have quite a good map of what are the obstacles and barriers that you have identified in your organizing. And now, like, let's not focus only on the bad things. So the idea here is that for those of you who have experience in organizing, what has been your biggest success when organizing in the climate and sustainability topics? Like, what has been the like thing that you're more proud of? It doesn't need to be like, oh, we got like X amount of contributors. It can be something that you're really proud of. That happened to you or to your community when organizing in the climate and sustainability topic? Filling the gap of having no articles about the Sustainable Development Goals. Yay! Let's like cheer that one. The interrelation with new and upcoming technology. I'm not sure I'm understanding that one, but like let's yay to that one. Then some of the articles we have edited have gotten high page views because of the news. Amazing. The participants acknowledge it, that not everyone is on the same page and they need to change communication strategy. That's a very good success. I love it. New editors participating, yay! Engaging with botanists from multiple countries, improving their knowledge of Wikidata so they can add it to their knowledge to Wikidata, yay! Getting more editors to find articles that need more research and keeping those editors focused on their local area to keep climate change at the top of mind. Yay! I'm sorry, like I'm sharing the much excitement that I can. Proud that some newbies have joined the movement through the campaign, especially young people, and then that we also got to learn new skills. Newcomers are excited about the theme in a way that is different than other topics. I hope that the person that wrote that is there in person and can share a little bit more about that, because I'm super interested in learning more about that sticky note. Amazing. So I think that the Menti will remain open. Now this is like my cue to hand it over to the group discussions. And so now for those of you that are in person, the idea is that you'll be able to go into like some group discussions or have like I don't know how many people you have there in the room. Luisina and Alex will be in charge. Luisina, Alex, and Ruby will be in charge with helping facilitate some of the discussions. And so the idea is that we'll have, and for those of you who are online, you can join us, not on the whiteboard, I'm sorry, join us on the slides. I'll need a minute to like fix that. But Anton or Anthony, sorry about that, will share the link to the slides. And the idea is that you can edit the slides. I'll add a bunch of slides on the end, so you can add your impressions. And then there, for those of you who are there in person, Luisina and Alex will help facilitate the conversation. And the idea is to focus more or less like 20 minutes in the present. Sorry, you want to go ahead, Luisina, and explain this?
You saw me or you're feeling me because I want to stop it? No, what we were... Come on, go.
No, go ahead.
No, what we were thinking here is that perhaps because of time and because of people in the room, we can go directly to the future. Discuss the future.
Nice.
Yes, great. You are with the morning energy and I am with the afternoon energy. So we are going to try to. So the idea is to... The present, I think that the answers that all of you gave in the Menti can help to think together how you are thinking right now this particular topic in your communities and what you think that it's going to be better to think for the future. So we want to, in particular, talk about 3 questions in the future. Can you go to the other slide? Great, thank you. The idea is to make a group discussion or to give to us your feelings or your reflections about these 3 particular questions. The first one is related to what would you like to do in 1 year from now with organizing in the climate and sustainability space, thinking all the things that we shared before. The other question is related with what do you think should be the role of the Wikimedia movement in the climate and sustainability organizing space? What's your vision for the future? Your vision, your group vision, your community vision is like where you are and where you want to be in the next few months. And then how do you see yourself collaborating with others in the movement to achieve this? There are some examples that you can take it, but it's going to be very good if you can discuss and then share with us. We have 20 minutes to do this, and when you have your reflection, ask to a microphone and Alex will give it. Thank you, Scan.
Cool, amazing, thanks, Lucina. And then for those of you online, I'll start the slides on the future section.
Does anyone have any like aspirations or hopes they would like for the future of these topics?
Okay, thank you so much. For us in Africa, we got to know the Wiki from human rights through the foundation's coordination. And we also learned that this year is going to be actually the last year where they're going to coordinate. So how do we sustain it ourselves as Africans? So I'm thinking that there could be a form of committee that can take up that work, because it definitely needs some kind of coordination, bringing people together and trying to help and provide that kind of support. Because without that, it can sometimes make people feel isolated, like, okay, there's nothing happening. And I think one way that I think we can sustain it is to also like hand it over to some group of people. Maybe it can be rotating from time to time, but it should be a volunteer community that handles that. That's what I just think.
Anyone else have aspirations or hopes?
Sorry, I have a very specific question about the last question. It says,
Yes, Scan, can you go back to the last question? Because we are seeing your editing workshop.
Yeah, thanks, Scan. It says, how do you see yourself collaborating with others in the movement to achieve this? Which is this means here? Like making sure that the campaign continues?
The campaign and the networks that sustain the campaign can continue or be...
Okay, so how to make the campaign sustainable? That's,
yes.
Okay, let me think a little bit.
Or the theme, right? Because maybe a
okay.
campaign is not the right fit
Okay.
for your community. Anyone else have aspirations, project ideas, hopes?
Yeah, I can go. So I think that would be, I mean, I agree with, what's the name? Ruby, sorry, Ruby. I agree with Ruby that in order to sustain a campaign that is global, we need some sort of coordination and and also like local or regional coordination, because the contexts are really different between, right? So I think that I would also go for that idea of, I don't know if a committee or, I don't know, a more professionalized role to sustain the campaign. But also I would like to see in the future that this campaign expands to other topics. I think that this topic is important, but also after, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 times, maybe it becomes repetitive also for the community. So I would like to see how we can expand the topic, or we can rethink the topic within other, because this topic is cross-cutting another topic related to human rights. I don't know, like, social things that also happen because of as a consequence of the climate change happening. So I would like to see in 1 year, maybe a committee of coordination for the campaign, a more professionalized role maybe for the campaign, and also how we're going to expand the topic in the future to keep people engaged and participating. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you.
I want to do a direct reaction to that, and then we have another person. I think something I loved about the campaign this year is people were talking about issues like poverty and water and all these other things that the SDGs cover really well that weren't as tight to the topics that we were offering to folks. So I love that idea of how do we make this sustainability a true umbrella topic and not feel very small for folks. So
yeah, I support you. That's very good what you said. I would like to have a higher person in charge. And I would like to add another view, as is how, with which kind of energy are our servers running? Do we buy new computers if there's need to, or do we reuse old ones? That I would like to implement in all the communities, that they at least think about it before they do something. It's not only about editing new articles, but to keep the precious earth in the ground and not exploit our planet. So that would be neat if we could implement this thought in the campaigns.
who's next? Oh, who's next? We can give it back to Anna.
No, responding to what you said, I was thinking that it would be also great to have beyond the campaign, and as you said, creating articles, maybe it's the time to start develop developing policies regarding climate change and the Wikimedia movement, right? Because we don't have any of that. Maybe we rely on the work of the affiliates. Some affiliates may have something. I think that European affiliates have this kind of policies, but it's not, I mean, I haven't seen that in the movement yet. And as you're saying, this is crucial because, of course, we access to content that people, people read and write and understand better what it's about climate change, but it's also about giving the example, right? So I think that this could also be another way of expanding the work that is already being done. Like, okay, let's think together, or let's put a group of people together that is interested in this, are interested in this topic, and maybe discuss, okay, how this can be, I mean, which are the policies that we need in the movement to comply with, right, this topic.
I want to add a point related to sustainability as a concept in organizing events related to climate, sustainability, or any other topic. I think to have any project sustainable, it depends on engaging more people in this project, not just as normal contributors, but to make them feel they are responsible for this event. Like I may call it negotiation, to make them have leadership roles in these projects. So if the current leaders have any personal issues, any maybe difficulties to continue, there are newer ones that can continue, because I see myself many projects stopped at one point because the current leaders don't have time to continue. And we want to focus more on engagement in leadership in all our projects, maybe related to climate, sustainability, or any other topic, because this is, I think, what guarantees sustainability in any project we lead.
Anyone else? Thoughts, hands, aspirations?
So one more thing, again, I'll mention is the courses. The Wikimedia Foundation developed a course on WikiLearn. I think that course should continually run. Again, if there are communities that think there are tailored courses that can help their local community, it's good to build those courses on WikiLearn so that people can take those courses, because I think WikiLearn is a very interesting platform that makes it easy. But how many people know how to use the WikiLearn is also a gap that needs to be addressed. So yeah, so that's just it.
Great, thank you. I think that we have a lot of inputs about what we think that we need, what we have learned from the experiences of organizing campaign and also organizing other things or other topics through a campaign or through different ways of organizing activities, projects, etc. I understand, and what Scan is there writing is that we need to think beyond the campaign. I think that it's really important. We need to think beyond the campaign, and also we need to think in real time what are the topics that are urgent for the society that is thinking those topics. And other thing that I think, and I saw in the chat that is emerging, is guarantee different work methodologies to professionalize the way that we work in this kind of groups, networks, or I don't know, people doing something for something, yes? So I think that it's very important to generate a belonging to the way we want to work with these topics, climate change, human rights, or whatever, but we need to install that way of working and to sustain, and that not only depend on one leader. The group is working on that. So thank you very much for all the things that you said. I think that it's very important to continue forward with the campaign and whatever will come with the campaign. Scan, are you there?
Yep, I'm taking notes.
Yes. We are zero. Do you want to say something?
Not in particular. I just want to encourage like people. I mean, like I always have something to say, right? But like
we know it.
You know me. But I want to ask people to like focus a little bit more, not only on some of the things that you know we always have issues with, like there are gaps here, there are barriers here, there are obstacles here. I want to invite people to be like kind of like think, okay, so what happens if all those barriers are removed? Like let's imagine that somehow like a wizard or someone comes here and solves all our barriers and gaps. What do we want to achieve collectively? What do we think is the role of the Wikimedia movement in the climate and sustainability organizing space? And what's our vision for the future? Like, what are the things that we want to achieve, right? So, for example, on the notes that some of you put on the Mentimeter, you pointed out that like this topic attracts newcomers in a very different way. And so, for example, one vision for this could be that this topic help us renew leadership inside the Wikimedia movement, right? Like that could be our vision. So I want to invite people to like think more creatively and think a little bit more around like, what do you want to achieve by organizing in this space? What do you think is possible?
Since no one's raising their hands, but raise your hands if you can. I'm going to say something. One thing that I'm really excited about is that it's allowing us to see where youth are excited, and especially in sub-Saharan Africa, like the events about sustainability topics, people are raising their hands and going like, yes, this is here, right? And so I want us to be part of those like contemporary knowledge issues, and sustainability seems like a really good place to talk in some contexts, and so that's exciting to me.
Okay, sorry, I'm talking too much, but again, the Wikimedia Foundation, through various partners like the UN, have been supporting the campaign. I don't know what happens now that the facilitation is not going to be happening at that end. What is the strategy in sustaining that kind of partnership? How are they going to continue to support the local communities in those kind of partnership? And also, they have also been instrumental in helping local communities to connect with big partners as well, because sometimes our local communities are not registered. They are, user groups, small groups, and all that. Sometimes approaching bigger partners is kind of difficult, and they play those kind of instrumental role. What does the future look like? What are the plans? These are the things that sometimes I ask myself. Yeah.
Anyone else have hopes or aspirations or visions?
Yes.
What?
I think this is an answer for the foundation. It's a question for the foundation, because I really don't know what, what comes next, or if the foundation is going to keep supporting it or not, or I don't know. And I don't know if you have an answer. I don't want to put you in a difficult place. I'm already doing it. but yeah.
Mike was handed to me. I'm Ben Birschbaum, Director of Community Programs at the Foundation. Yeah, so I don't think we're here to answer these things definitively, but I think what happened during a few cycles of experimentation, you mentioned, Anna, that like, hey, maybe you could switch the theme, like not always the climate human rights intersection. What started to happen was there was this real spark, especially in a few regions that we've heard about a lot today, sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America, and it started to become a really interesting thing to kind of iterate upon and look, do some repeat investigations. And so what started to happen, especially in those two regions, but elsewhere as well, like in Middle East, North Africa a bit, we're seeing real vibrant networks emerging. Like in Latin America, there's actually already a sort of a formalizing network of affiliates. Many of you are here. and are really thinking about how do we they've made it very much their own. They've localized it and really taken it in a very authentic local direction, and are now thinking about the future. So there's this question about like the whole thing, and then also these futures in specific spaces. Broadly speaking, the foundation is not the content director of the movement, obviously. There's a very bright line there. This was an area of experimentation about certain kinds of partners, like UN partners are coming to us, and we're like, let's try to connect you with communities. That's how this all began, as you remember, Anna. And we're also experimenting with and building tools to better support campaigns and organizers. So there's a lot of reasons that was like very useful and I think very enjoyable and fun to experiment around this. Longer term, we don't see it as the foundation's role to like, run this global campaign on the topic. We do a lot of human rights oriented advocacy. So human rights work will continue. And if there are efforts in the movement around content aspects of that, we should all talk and figure out how we can coordinate. What's now happened is there's these like climate and sustainability focused networks taking shape in different ways. So I think it's more a question of not like, is the foundation going to still organize all that or not? It's more like, how do those regions start to figure out their future? Is there coordination globally needed? That's a legitimate question. And if it's not able to be provided by the foundation, let's figure out how to restructure that. But one thing I want to just be very clear about is that we deeply value what has happened as a result of this experimentation. These networks and these campaigns and these projects are like incredibly powerful and important, and they're like living things. So we really want to work with you, and I think we've had some conversations, and we're going to have more in the coming months about how does this restructure into something that's more sustainable and community-led, but with the right kinds of foundation support, like around partnerships you mentioned, Ruby. Like we have people on staff who can help connect to partners in regions or at global level. That's always going to be something we can help with. So yeah, I think we became a little bit too expected to be like running this content campaign year to year, and that's not really our role. I think we probably agree, but you're right in saying you can't just unplug, and that's not what we're doing. So we want to talk about how each region figures out its path and the ways that they need to stay coordinated globally. That's a really good question, and we need to, I think, explore that together and figure out how to help that capacity take shape. So that's my answer. Like, it's holding all the complexity, but I think we could agree it is complex. But again, just want to say to everyone here who's participated in activities, large and small, this has been very inspiring. And so we really value the work you've done on this. And I think it shows the way to how networks can form around topics and do this knowledge activism in a really effective way. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm also inspired, just echoing Ben, Alex, another person at the foundation. I'm inspired about how this is bringing in new forms of leadership in the communities. And I think we saw this in the gender gap as well. Like new forms of leaders stood up and said, now I can run things and organize things. And so part of it too is we want to cultivate spaces like this more often. And so how do we not just do it on one topic, but more topics? So that's something I'm always looking for.
Yes. I think that we need these uncomfortable questions. So, because it's part of thinking how we are going to build this new path, but also understanding that we are the persons that run all these experiences and achievements, and that we can say, well, we need this. We think that we can do this. And we think that this doesn't work. So perhaps it's part of reflecting something that is bigger than the campaign and the content of the campaign. It's a way of how we are going to work together and how we are going to create new ways to work and to maintain those ideas ongoing.
Yeah, maybe echoing Lucina, I hear that there's like some frustration with the foundation. I mean, we always have opportunities to be frustrated at the foundation for some reason or the other. But I want to kind of go back to this question on what does the future look like? So I think this is like an important question that Ruby pointed out. And I want to invite everyone to think about what does the future look like? And I know that the foundation, it's an important actor in shaping that future, but I want to invite people like to imagine like what that future looks like, even if the conditions are not great and the best. So that's kind of the idea of this exercise. Like, provided that we had all the conditions, what do we imagine for the future? That's kind of the question.
Any more hands?
Maybe to avoid the dependence on Wikimedia Foundation decisions, maybe we can inscribe the idea of climate change in our Wikimedia ADN. Anna said something about creating like a policies, but maybe we can create something non-official policy in Wikimedia projects, maybe to try to pass the idea or pass the motivation to do something for the climate change in every kind of project, even if we are working for something that sounds non-related with climate change, maybe we can adopt like a general strategy among Wikimedians to ask us always like, how can I do something for climate change in this project, even when sounds quite weird or sounds strange. But maybe we can start to adding that ideas in our personal projects, in our communitarian projects, and maybe to create a non-official policy that maybe we can convert it in the future as an official one. We have already some ideas similar to that. For example, that happens to gender gap. It happens with non-discrimination policies. We already have that in our ADN. So maybe we can do something similar for climate change policies, in my opinion.
Great, thank you, Salva.
Can I just second that? Because when I edit Wikidata or Wikipedia, normally English Wikipedia, because unfortunately it's the only language I speak, I do try, well, especially when I'm doing species articles, to add in if the species is being threatened as a result of climate change or human actions. I try and make sure, even though I'm concentrating on species, to make sure that there is something, so long as I've got a reference, of course, to be able to include that into that particular article. So I really second the commentators from this gentleman about it being something that you should continually think about when you're editing and making sure that you pay attention to the topic and then add it in as part of your daily practice. Yeah.
Totally.
Kind of a saying in the climate movement is like, do what you can from where you are.
Yeah.
Don't try to go somewhere else to do it, right? And I think that's what's so inspiring about what we've done so far in these spaces, but everything from agriculture to literature to news to history to culture, like memory, living traditions, these are all affected by climate change. And so I think this is a really good direction to travel. Any other?
So what I'm hearing is like kind of modeling good edits, like on the topic, right?
Any other observations in the room? Any other observations we want to bring from online? I think Anthony had a question that was in the breakout room.
Yeah, actually, these are the questions that are on the chat. The first one was like, Africa is a developing continent and sustainability is a tech-oriented concept or goal. How was this concept introduced to the tribes in Africa who mostly have homegrown techniques used for environment conservation? I think this was the question maybe to Ruby.
Yeah,
Yes.
Ruby, do you want to talk a bit about how the non-tech approach to sustainability? Yeah.
Yes, I can repeat.
I need a little clarity.
Yeah, Africa is a developing continent and the sustainability is a tech-oriented concept or goal. How was this concept introduced to the tribes in Africa who mostly have homegrown techniques for environment conservation?
Interesting question. I would say that there are lots of ways that we need to think around it, and we need to think around local solutions, because I think even when Wiki for Human Rights started in Africa, a lot of people it sounded like a technical topic. Okay, the topic itself is like so broad, we don't even know where to start from. But I think a lot of engagement helped them to have confidence in the campaign and to participate. And again, to go deeper, we need to look at how that sounds to the local context and how we can develop local solutions. That is the way I think around and having to engage those communities and then understanding their issues, their challenges, and also addressing them accordingly.
Okay, and the last question from the chat was, is there a link for the course if we are interested?
Yeah, so that Alex has played a main instrumental role in the development of the course. So
Yeah, and we're there's a blog post I wrote a few years back that kind of highlighted exactly what Ruby was saying, that even though climate change seems like a global scientific issue, actually when you dig into it just a little bit, it's actually extremely local and extremely contextual, and often not at all about science. And so you need to ask that question, what does our community, what does our context need most from public knowledge in the context of a world in crisis, right? Whether it's climate change or biodiversity loss or pollution or any of the other sustainability issues. And so what does my context need and how do I address it? I was very inspired by an EBO event this year that focused on poverty reduction. Their response to the climate crisis was actually, there's a lot of poverty for people who read EBO. How can folks be informed about the issues involved in reducing poverty in the EBO language? That's perfect. That's an excellent response to the climate crisis, right? Because poverty is something that transcends the moment. That's a perfect response. And so I'm wondering, how do we get more of those perfect responses that creates knowledge locally in context?
Right. I think that we're on time. So if we want, we can close.
Yeah, great. Yeah, thanks everyone for being part of this conversation. I think that your input on the session has already been amazing. And I think that we have something to work from here on thinking more about how do we want this space to look in the future. So thank you, everyone, and I hope that you enjoyed the rest of your time there in Wikimania. See ya.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.